All right. Hello, chat. How's it going? Hopefully well. Hello, Mr. Fire, JJ. Hello. Uh, Today, we're back. I want to say just continuing Chains of Olympus, but from what I was told the other day, maybe even finishing it already. I don't really know how long I played it for the other day. I honestly just remember. I would say at least an hour, and on the high end, maybe 2 hours, somewhere in that range. 1 to 2 hours played, probably. But apparently the game for the average player is like 4.5 or 5 hours, so we might just be finishing it today. If that happens, I'll probably do what I did last stream when we finished God of War 2, where I just go and move into the next game. That, in this case, would be God of War 3. I do not have God of War 3 set up on the emulator yet, because I didn't think about it until like 2 minutes ago. But that should only take a few minutes, if that ends up being what we... So... Oh. Is that frame rate my camera or me? Hold on a second. What's wrong here? Something that looks like it's the hold on. Looks like we've got some lag issues going on between my computers. Let me check it out real quick. Let me try this first of all. I'll be right back. How we looking now? Question. I think I just... Am I right? Is it just having weird moments where it like slows down a lot? Because it looks like it. Is there something here I gotta fix? Is the question. All I know is original God of War, Ascension, and the 2 latest ones. The 2 like rebooted ones. Auto 480p. Alright, well, until someone tells me that something is broken, it cannot be blamed on me, so I will play the game. Because I asked a few times, can I talk blah 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 for a bit? Oh, hold on, this has the weird save system. It's on my other monitor now. Yes, please load that. It's the audio's out of sync. That's not normal. Let me try this again. What about now? The audio is slower than the camera is? The audio, what? What do you mean the audio is slower than the camera? What does that mean? Do you mean that it's delayed? It's not fixed? Well, then we have a predicament. I can fix it. I can fix the audio delay, which I'm going to have to. But that's going to have a very adverse effect on the later part of the stream, like at the near the end of it sort of thing. Because I'm gonna have to reboot my computer to fix it real quick, which only ever takes a minute, but it's going to stop God of War 3 from getting loaded. And it's already been running for a while. It won't be done by the time that we're ready to move to God of War 3. So it's unfortunate, but it has to be done. So let me reboot my computer real quick, and we'll get there when we get there, I guess. Hello. You hear me again? Hold on, let me look. Yeah, you can hear me again. Okay, let me readjust my camera. Good news, weirdly, I didn't know this was a thing, but the God of War 3 file dumping process just picked back up where it left off. So it will probably be ready unless I pull some crazy speed run and I finish Chains of Olympus in a ridiculously fast amount of time. Then it will be done by then. Full screen me. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, like, yeah, full screen me again. That was a mistake. Oh, why are you out of full screen? Oh, wait, I forgot to open. Hold on. You know the one thing I forgot was to open my chat on my second monitor. I just had it on my phone. I was reading it off of there until I realized my second monitor was a little emptier than usual. There we go. Oh, forgot us. I was still reading though. Like, I was just reading it off my backup on my phone because it was right there and I saw it moving. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, that's not what I want. We want this. We want this. Okay. Okay. We're back. I'm a little behind that room that I got stuck in at the very end the other day. If you weren't here, I did not get stuck because of skill issue. I got stuck because of brain issue. I cleared out the room and then I just had no idea how to move forward. And the door to leave the room was locked.
Much had changed outside the temple. Morpheus grew ever stronger as his harbingers and darkness continued their relentless march.
Is it loud? It's louder for me than I remember it being. That's right, I got a shield now. Okay, whoa. Yeah, and I'm gonna start saying it early now too. But man, this game looks pretty nice for a PSP game. In all honesty. It's fine for you. What's fine for you? Oh, the audio. I asked if it was too loud. That's right. I was like, ah. Welcome to ADHD with Cole. Top. Oh, another one? Awesome. That's great. Thanks. I was just sitting here hoping, really, that I would get the opportunity to fight more than one of them. Ah, okay. How do I use the magic again? Oh, there it is. I was like, I remember them changing it up to where now, instead of having like that little select wheel and having it all just like bound to one button, they have it set on like a combo button, the way that it's bound. Just have dementia. Well, the, how many orbs am I supposed to be saving for, just that I know? 8750. That whole forgetting things a minute after they happen, that's an ADHD thing. Because I get so hyper fixated and focused on everything that anything that happened a minute ago is gone, just immediately. If someone were to give you a 100 euro, is that a euro? I can never keep the symbols straight. Sub, while you're trying to defeat a super hard boss, man, only a real troll would do that. Definitely don't do it, guys. It would be annoying. Agreed. Like, if I were to get one while I was trying to fight this guy, man, that would be so bad, but it would be so haha, you know, good troll moment. But man, that really would suck. That would really just be the worst. Truly. Oh god. Oh, I can't even block that? That's awesome. We're off to a great start with my health here. That's the emulator. That's not streamed, don't worry. False alarm. Stay back. Okay, okay. Okay, roll. The symbol goes in front. See, I don't know these things. Kill him, go to kill him. Another one. Pretty good. Oh no. Oh no. I gotta readjust from the other day, man. I was so like in it. I don't think I even died here the other day because I was all sorts of warmed up. You know, I had been playing for like, I think about an hour and a half at this point. Simple sandwiches, solo toast. What do you mean simple sandwiches? Are you just, do you just mean sandwiches with normal bread rather than toast? Because I would agree.
Changed outside the temple.
I would agree.
Morpheus grew ever stronger.
A math teacher would get really pissed if you wrote it wrong. The money things specifically, or just like any like formatting stuff like that? Oh god. Ah! Why'd they have to put archers here with the cat? Why'd they have to do that? Probably just also not using my magic enough in all honesty. That's probably why I was able to do it much easier the other day. I definitely would have just spammed the magic, as I'm known to do whenever I have it in these games. Ugh. I was trying. I was working on it. We were, oh my, that's crazy. The pounce from off screen, I don't think it does damage just to get pounced on. I think it has to actually, like, I think I would have to fail the quick time event to take damage there. Because yeah, that would be wild if it could just pounce at you from off screen like that and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh no. I lost my combo, man. Come on. My orb bonus. What am I gonna do without my orb bonus? Any currency? You had to really make sure if you didn't want hell. How many different currencies did you use? What do you mean, oh, there's one here. Any currency. How many currencies are you using in the math class? Ooh. Aha! I found my way back into the room. I only understand freedom dollars. We did not ever use other currencies. We only used dollars. I don't know about anyone else's classes, but we never used anything other than dollars for like our math questions. Yeah, so this is the room. This is the room that I got into. I did a couple things in here, and then completely got stuck. Had no idea where to go. So I put the statues up here, where they clearly go, and they do a thing. Read pounds as euro too much? It's because we don't use pounds or euros. So like, and most Americans don't go over to Europe for like travel because it's expensive. Fancy L, yeah. So they just never experience those currencies, and they kind of look similar at a glance. And sometimes I'm like, that's a euro, right? I think I actually called pounds euros just a couple weeks ago when like Finn super chatted or something. I think it was Finn. I think I called pounds euros and got corrected on that one. Pull this out and we go up. I did all this. This all I'm good with so far. The horse who sees the path of the sun chariot. This door. 3 whole shekels. It's 5 rupees. Oh, that was another... YouTube using all of the different currencies confuses me so much, man. Because, like, I'll get a super chat in a currency that's not dollars, and I always have to be like, thank you for the 5 something. Like that one time that someone donoed, and I was like, what is that? And it was some... I don't remember which rupee it was, but it was some type of rupee. And chat was like, oh, it's this, of course. I'm like, what? With all the kroners? The what? So yeah, this is the room. Because now that I've, like, done all that, this door is locked. The statues, I can't pull the statues back out. They're locked in. I can pull this thing out. Something I tried the other day was I tried to push them back in, like in the other direction. That doesn't do anything. You can only pull it back like this. This is as far as it goes. Goes back in anyway. There's the horse. Do I maybe break the horse? Nope, I can't break the horse. Schmackaroos. Schmackaroos would work. Yep. I still am confused. I, once again, am lost. Officially. 5 types, oh my. The 2 currency. Yeah, we'll just call everything currency from now on, even dollars. It's all currency. I think that works. Because on Twitch, it'll just auto-convert everything into, like, whatever your currency that you're using is. Dollars, pounds, whatever it might be for that streamer. So there, I never had to do the conversion myself. Or, like, know what currency it was, because it would just convert it for me. Here, I'm just like... Actually, YouTube does do a value conversion, sort of. On the dashboard, like, along with my views, average view duration, likes, all that, it has what it calls chat revenue, which is all, like, the total amount of supers for the day. And it will convert to USD when it goes there. So I can still, like, at a glance, see how much it is. Yeah, I'm stuck. I call it Google. Well, I don't like pausing. I'm pulling up Google just to figure out what something is. What if can I kick it? Oh, I forget how to kick it in this game, because this game changed the controls. I've pressed every button, though, so I'm gonna say no, I cannot kick it. Can I break these? No, can I break these? No. There is nothing in this room. Invisible wall here. That even goes around that rock. Can't slip back in there. There's nowhere to go. Right. Is this a moment where I pull up the little Google and I'm like, what the fuck do I do here? Because I'm just about there. Because I even spent like 10 minutes in here the other day at the end of that stream. Screen stayed black for a while that time. Chains of Olympus. Hold on, what's this horse statue called? Eros. Oh, it autofilled real fast. How do I get past the East Wind statue? Here we go. my fucking God. So get this, right? I looked at the right side of the wall. You're supposed to pull this and go to the left side of the wall. Oh, games. I love games. I chose a career in this industry. Okay, well. Found it. I did that all by myself. First try. It really does feel like the blades have longer reach in this game. At first I thought it was maybe just the camera, which is it might be. But the blades feel like they reach so far. Oh, hold on, do I? Oh yeah, that does it. Hello? There we go. I think I could have found that. Look, all I'm saying is I've seen you play Assassin's Creed 2. I will leave it there. I will not, me personally, not gonna take that kind of disrespect. Let me just jump in the hole again. That wasn't a puzzle, that was shitty controls. No, that was, you sat there trying to do the boat level for a couple hours and got to the point where you were just looking up how other people were taking out the guards to finish it, to get through it. I remember it well. I won't be lied to. You are supposed to be able to look down? See, I thought so. I thought you could definitely look down in Assassin's Creed 2. It was weird to me every time that you said you couldn't. I was like, that would be so bizarre if a game like this didn't have vertical look. If it only had horizontal, because like, only other game I know like that is fucking Doom. Like 93 Doom. So I was like, that's kind of weird, but you know, whatever. I guess. You have to rebind it because the map is on right now.
You must hurry, Kratos.
I didn't have the game broken. More than that, right? Or like, lols. I only just saw that. How many orbs for that effort? That's like a whole 10. I feel like I never get any orbs for anything in God of War. The only thing I get orbs from, like an actual substantial amount of orbs, is chess. Other than that, it's like pennies. Schmeckles. Oh, speaking of schmeckles, it always makes me think of this one Rick and Morty bit, as much as I don't like Rick and Morty. I'm assuming we all heard it by now, because it's pretty big news. But Rick and Morty has, like, the show, or the network for the show, Adult Swim, has fired Justin Roiland, and he will no longer be working on the show in any capacity. Which, to me, at first, I was like, oh, thank God, maybe Rick and Morty will be funny now. But then I realized, doesn't he voice, like, every other character on that show? Like, logistically, how can you even fire him and continue the show? Charlie video? No, I actually saw it on Twitter. I saw that Charlie did a video, but I didn't watch it because I'd already seen the news. Wait, how do I swim down? Do I have to get an item to swim down? Like in the first game? Fake fan? I would say I watch half to a third of his videos, in all honesty. Just because a lot of the time I'll come across the stories before he covers them. If it's something that I haven't already heard and he does a video on it, then I watch it pretty much every time. Would be no reason in particular. Yeah, I have no idea why they would fire him. Surely it's just because the show wasn't funny, right? Yeah, okay, there it is. Surely it couldn't be that. But, yeah, what a bitch. I already, like, before all that, right? Before all of the, he was beating his girlfriend and everything. There's no, like, fast, oh, there it is. Never mind, I found it. Before all that, I've been very critical of Rick and Morty for years, because I've never, or I shouldn't say never. I haven't found Rick and Morty funny since, like, season 2. And even season 2, I didn't think it was as funny as season 1. And then season 3 was, like, so painfully unfunny that I haven't watched the show since. I watched, like, the first 3 episodes of the 3rd season. Like, the last episode I watched was Pickle Rick. That was my breaking point. Not only the episode itself, but just the internet afterwards. That was my breaking point with the show. I have not watched a single Rick and Morty episode past Pickle Rick. But even, like, outside of that, Justin Roiland does the same bit in every single piece of media that he does. And I wish I was exaggerating. But his comedy format is, like, make an alright joke, and then stretch the joke to, like, a minute or so. Like, a minute and a half even in some cases. He does the same fucking voice in everything. Go through his roles on, like, IMDb or whatever. Every single voice is identical to Morty. He does that voice. High on Life, the game that just came out. Most people watching a stream like this have probably seen at least a clip of it. The gun that he voices in the game is literally just Morty's voice. Has nothing to do with Rick and Morty. It's a completely separate project, but it's just that's the only voice that that man does. I don't get it. Every single character, he did some, like, Disney kids show where he played a character on that. It's also the Morty voice. Like, every fucking role of his is the same voice. I do not understand. Every show or even game now that he writes has the same, like, comedy format that, like, make a joke but then stretch it to, like, a minute and a half, just literally repeating, like, one of the most viral things with the with High on Life is the salesman. We're a little too early in the stream for me to say what he's selling, but it's a little dude on the street with, like, a little cape wrapped around him. Almost looks like a blanket because he's tiny. But it's that guy selling goods on the street, and that guy just sits there and rambles to you for, like, over 60 seconds, telling you over and over and over again what it is he sells and that you should buy it. And then if you, God forbid, decide to actually buy it from him, he will continue to talk for, like, a minute again, just repeating that he is a salesman of a certain variety, and it's like, oh my god, make it stop. So fuck that guy. Hopefully Rick and Morty's funny after, you know, his departure. I have not been a fan of him for years, and then it came out that he likes to beat up women. So now I'm less of a fan. I know nothing of the game other than Call Me Kevin playing it and trying to kill everyone. I heard the game, like, the actual, like, playing the game was alright. Like, it was like a solid 6, 7 out of 10 kind of game. Like, nothing special, but nothing terrible sort of thing. But just knowing that the game is, like, I think it was like 6 hours long, and needing to sit through 6 hours of Justin Roiland's humor, I decided not to cover it when it came out. Even though there was a lot of excitement around it, I was like, yeah, no, I will not be playing that because I will not enjoy it whatsoever. It's why I skipped Forsaken as well, because that came out yesterday. But I knew after seeing a demo, like a good while back, that it would not be a game for me. And then all the dialogue clips came out when early reviewers started like sharing those. Like, oh my god, this is painful. Okay, I can't block you. Awesome, I love that. What the fuck? Okay, okay. Whoa, now. Killed Radon, just stayed behind him and beat the shit out of him with my giant +12 anchor. Yeah, you're playing Elden Ring the right way. Radon is a weird boss. I mean, I've talked on the Elden Ring streams, I don't like him. From a gameplay standpoint. Like, visuals and lore and whatever else, he's cool. But his gameplay, I do not enjoy. I don't look forward to fighting Radon. Like, I had to fight him to get an item for the build, or on this recent playthrough. And that was just, it only took me like 3 tries or something. But it still wasn't even all that enjoyable, because I kind of just run around on my horse and hope for a window where he's just not attacking me and he just kind of lets me go up behind him and put as much damage into him as possible. His armor's hella drippy. But yeah, you can get his armor set, right? I think it's by bringing his remembrance to the... What is it called? Husk in the round table. Whenever I start talking about like specific things in Elden Ring, it takes a good few seconds for my brain to remember what anything in that game is called. There's just so much there that I have to really think to remember individual things. Oh, what? That water looks like... Oh, never mind. Kratos just walks through it. I thought it was gonna like sweep me away.
Kratos entered the cave. Eos, goddess of dawn and sister to Helios, sat above him, visibly weakened by the absence of the sun.
Is that?
All glory be to Lord Zeus for granting you safe passage to me.
The king of the gods does not aid me, Eos. I am but a slave to Zeus and Olympus.
Save my brother
It
Kratos,
is.
and he will convince Zeus to release you
Hold on,
and
with her
rid
belly
you of
button.
the horrors of your past. I give you my word.
The gods have broken their word to me many times. Forgive me if I find it hard to believe your promises.
Be that as it may, Kratos. The primordial fire is almost out. Without Helios, the life-giving light of the world cannot be sustained. If you do not find him, only darkness and death awaits all of us.
Where has Atlas taken him?
I do not know, Kratos. Follow the passage out of the cave. Retrieve the fire, and it will light your path to the remaining steeds. They will guide you to their master.
Okay.
They will take you to my brother. May you go with the speed of Hermes, Ghost of Sparta.
I will. I can't jump up there? You're telling me they didn't put a secret up there? I really would have thought that there would have been like an extra chest or something. Are they not cold? It's a good question. Great question, actually. But like, why would she cover them? She's alone in there. Clearly, people just find their way into the cave. Such as myself. Take those. She got a little campfire. It looked like she had like some kind of light flame effect coming off of her, but because the resolution was low, I couldn't really tell. Unheated. Yeah, it's a bit of a pattern in God of War that the women of myth tend to just not be wearing anything. They will just, like, rags that loosely cover, like, their shoulders often and nothing else for some reason. Like, up to this point, for the most part, just random, like, civilian women are actually wearing clothes. But, like, actual mythological figures are not. Hardware hasn't advanced enough to know if she's cold or not yet. What year was this? I think this game was 2008? I don't remember. I think it was the same year as God of War 2, but it came out like a couple months after. If I remember right. Oh, hold on. I gotta... Yep. Keep accidentally making new saves instead of just overwriting mine. Some random schlong. Why only titty? That's a good question. I have possible answers, but, you know. Flame that spawned all the others, the primordial fire. I can't just say that and not. I have to pull up the video. We're pulling it up. There's my video on Google. Love that. That was genuinely my video.
Gotta work.
Oh, no, don't play before I can put you on screen. Don't ruin it. People who know what there are people who already know what I'm pulling up, just based off of my history with this video. Keep in mind, this is not only a couple of clips taken from official advertisement for the original game. This man right here, I've also since found out, is actually the combat designer of God of War 1. So let's let him speak and tell us about God of War real quick.
You should play God of War because it'll get you laid. God of War is fucking rad.
You should play God of War because it'll get you laid. That's Andrew? No, Andrew was a level designer. That guy was the combat designer. Cold penis. If you want to see cold penis, go watch Game of Thrones. Great show anyway, but if that's what you're looking for, there you go. That just looks like my shield, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, it's an upgrade for the shield. Oh! That's actually kind of sweet. I can't even lie. I kind of like this little arm shield. Why did we have to change it out for like an arm brace? A whole gauntlet in the later games. Or I guess in the earlier, you know what I mean. I want this shield back in God of War 3. I don't want the little parry sleeve. I want this. Oh, yeah, you still gotta parry it. I hear there's some bad... Do you mean what I think you mean by that? Or... Oh, wait, that's a new spell? Or do you genuinely just mean poorly made scenes? Hard to tell, I'm gonna be honest. I think so. Yeah, it sounds like we might be on the same page here. There are some mature themes in Game of Thrones. The illegal, yeah. We are on the same page. Sweet home. That's not what I was thinking of. However, comma. There is that. There is that as well. I almost got another magic upgrade. See, if I take it slow, my mouth can keep up with my brain. It's realistic though. I mean, if we're talking like for the era and the world that they are trying to portray, yeah. I mean, even generally, if you just mean it's realistic though, unfortunately. Yeah. Shit happens. Huh. Oh wait, I'm dumb. I was trying to. Oh, that's the wrong button. Okay, that time I was spamming circle to even get into the QuickTime event, and yeah. Whoa, whoa, you just guard break me like that? That's kind of crazy, actually. That ain't right. Never let them hit the ground. Oh, I tried to parry it too. Whoa. I'm gonna die. I'm in danger. Laws didn't exist back then? No, laws definitely existed. It is accurate? Yeah, it is accurate. God of War is a great God of War? Game of Thrones is a great show, though. Really good show. Up until the last couple seasons. Like, everyone talks about Season 8. Even Season 7 wasn't all that great, though. It was whatever. Hold on. What was that message? Can't censor the truth. This is what he does. Welcome to a Sepper modded stream. What's the name of that book? What's the name of that book? 1980 something, right? 1984. Like, I'll set up like an auto mod thing that will like catch racial slurs and prevent them from being sent into the Discord. When I do that and he sees it in the audit log, he'll be like, man, this is really 1984, isn't it? But then he lives like this. I am Big Brother. See, I haven't read it, so I don't know what you're even saying with that. You forget that I can't read. What the hell is there like an invisible bridge? I don't want to test it. Oh, it moves with me. That's neat. Look at that. Name 5 books right now. Harry Potter. Game of Thrones. 1984. How to Win Friends and Influence People. Dune. I did it. Stone Fox? What the fuck is Stone Fox? Yeah, I know. Well, that wasn't the Andrew Tate kid. That was, Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton kid. That was the kid with the Reformed Orthodox rabbi, Bill Clinton. I actually did think of To Kill a Mockingbird after I said 5. Close enough. What the on there? Are people still going wild on Twitter trying to get Andrew Tate out of prison? Is that still happening? Oh shit. Oh, why? Why do we bring harpies? These aren't even like full harpies. These are like birds with woman faces. What the fuck? What are these? There's what? What are these? The Hobbit, yeah. I mean, Lord of the Rings in general, I've never read those. I've never read Dune either, I just thought of it. I did read almost the whole first Game of Thrones book back when I was in middle school. And I did read, I think, the first and second Harry Potter books when I was in, like, elementary school. Oh, and well, I didn't read it. I audiobooked How to Win Friends when I was in college. Good book. Solid book. Oh, Of Mice and Men. I had to read that for my sophomore year English class, and this was actually okay. So my English teacher this year, my sophomore year of high school, was kind of a G for this one, because whenever we had to read a book for him, which I'm trying to remember what all we read. We read 3 books throughout the year. One of them was Not to Kill. One of them was Of Mice and Men. One of them was Great Gatsby. And I can't remember the third one. But Of Mice and Men is actually pretty good. But what he did was he was like, I know that if I assign you guys to read this book, like certain chapters by a certain day, maybe a quarter of you will actually read it. So what he would do is we would have class time every single day where he would throw up an audiobook through like the projector thing up front and have us all pull out our books and follow along with it for like 15-20 minutes per class. We would do that, and we would get through books during the units for them that way. And honestly, good on him, because otherwise I absolutely would not have read those books. Not one bit. There's no shot I would have read those books, because like we had to read like 5 different books for my freshman year English class, and I don't think I read more than 5 pages across all of them, if I'm being honest. Yeah, Of Mice and Men is good. Do a reading stream. I can read in my head really fast. I've talked about this. This is why I don't read game text. I read in my head really fast. When I try to speak it, I try to slow it down, but I'm still like reading ahead. Because I never read out loud. I'm not used to it. So what happens when I read stuff out loud on stream is I jumble the fuck out of it. It never comes out right, and it makes it look like I actually can't read. Hence the meme, I can't read. Reading out loud is not something I'm good at all. Like, you've seen how fast I glance at chat and will read like a full message sometimes.
Almost seemed familiar.
Oh man, look at the resolution on the blades. Look at that. That's amazing. You would normally not be this close, so you'd have no idea. That's some of that PSP shortcut goodness. Look at how low res the textures on the blades are. That was awesome. It's like in a charming way though. I'm not even trying to make fun of it. It's kind of cute. Oh god. You won't read to us? Hell no, man. You better hope that the Dead Space remake doesn't have text logs, because here's the thing. If it does, I'm going to be taking the time to read them. I will not be reading them out loud for the rest of you. You better be reading as fast as I am, because otherwise you're just gonna miss out. The original Dead Space has text logs, so you better hope that one of the things they changed was getting rid of those. Because I sure as shit ain't reading them for you. Oh god. Book club when? Hashtag book channel? Yeah, you want a text channel to talk about all the good books you're reading? Sure you do. I've never read fanfic for stuff. Maybe this is like my normie showing, but I've always thought fanfic was a little weird. Because fanfic also has a reputation for just being like random shipping bullshit most of the time. south wind who sets the path of the sun chariot. Okay. I don't know if that's important at all. I unsub now. That's, like I said, that's probably the normie in me coming out. I've never really read fanfic stuff, because when I think about fanfic, I think about, like, teenagers just writing a little story to, like, explore a certain ship in the fandom. That's what I tend to think of when I think of fanfic. Sonic, oh no. If anything, not the Sonic. Old person likes reading. Look, I'm not using that word. Not saying I've never used that word or anything, but I'm not using it now. It's totally, yes, see, right there. That's where the reputation comes from. It's not weird nonsense. It's real. It can be like that. Oh no, it's gonna be a puzzle. Oh, I get it already. It's fine. This one, oh, why are you facing that direction? God damn it, man. I don't know where to put that one, so I'm gonna wait. I should probably pull it out though. I don't know if it will stay open. Oh, it will stay open, never mind. So much weird shit to this day. For YouTubers too. That's particularly wild. Shipped fanfics for YouTubers. Like, you know, it's like Harry Potter. It's whatever. Those people aren't real. But PewDiePie and Cry? It's okay because they aren't gay. Does that not make it slightly weirder? Because, I mean, shipping in fiction is fine, but shipping real people with real lives and real romance is very weird. Even in some cases, like, you'll see creators who do actually end up in a relationship, and even then it's like, what happens if they break up? Because that's gonna be an instant shit show. They fed into it, they read it in videos. Oh, okay, well, fair enough, I guess, because at that point you're just accepting fate, but still weird to me. I won't be talked out of it. Maybe it's not that weird, actually, because now I was like, because, like, if someone were to write a story like that for me and, like, one of my good friends from high school or something, like, one of my super close friends, I would be uncomfortable. But then I realized that I would be uncomfortable, but I would always find it insane, or also, sorry, not always, I would also find it really fucking funny. Like, we would be crying laughing over it. Absolutely. Not Nicole, man. I don't know who she is. It's weird. You see my last name. You wouldn't think there's that many of us out in the world. And yet still, there's another one on YouTube that I'm like, I don't know who you are. She's clearly American. She has like that one video up. I'm like, how is there another one of us in the same country, and I don't know who you are? Like, I have no clue. Oh no. Do I need to rearrange them so that they all, oh, stop. What is this now? Huh? Are they supposed to shoot at the horse? I don't get it. I 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 didn't even think about that. It's also Nicole and Cole. We share a last name. And yeah, that I've never even put that together, frankly. This is probably like a Cole somehow, just never even thinking about something. But yeah, genuinely beyond even that, if my girlfriend had my last name, I wouldn't mind. See now. Also, hello, Corn, and thank you. Remember to like the stream if you're enjoying, by the way, in general. It helps out a lot. I haven't said that yet today, so I need to take a second to do it. But, one thing, if your last name is, like, Johnson, something insanely common, right? Like, the very widest family tree you could ever imagine, right? It's another thing when you have my last name. My last name is not common. It's not. So another one of us is like probably not that far separated from my family tree. Granted, there's apparently enough of us out there that there are Draculiches in the same country that I don't know, that I never heard of outside of like the YouTube algorithm for some reason will push her name out there before mine when you go to search. But I've never heard of her outside of that. Oh, I see it. And then I do this. Look at me solving puzzles and shit. Am I bringing the horse to life? Please. No. I'd double check my family tree. Yeah, I would definitely be like, hey, you ever done like Ancestry or anything? Like, we gotta run a check on that one. I also only just missed Sepper's true love stops for nothing except the law. I didn't see that until just now, I'm gonna be honest, but funny. Okay, so am I just supposed to go back now that two horses are... Oh, there's a chest back here. Those bastards at Santa Monica putting their chests off screen. Like, literally just outside of normal camera shot. They'll just sneak them into a random corner and hope that I never see it. They're so cheeky. What am I supposed to do about that? Do I go back down? I'm genuinely, like, I guess I just go back, right? Okay. Mr. Fire on the bench. Seppi and False. Water Boys. What do they... Oh, I'm the quarterback? What do they do again? Okay. You can play stupid about sports all you want. You really can. Right? I'm not gonna sit here and believe that you don't know what a quarterback does. I refuse to believe that you are being genuine with that. There's no fucking way that you don't know what role a quarterback plays on an American football team. There's just not. You're not wrong. They do catch the hiked ball. Yeah. And then what do they do with the ball? Seppi is the worst nickname I've ever heard. We've called you Seppi. And not with 2 E's. I've called you that. Other people in chat have called you that. I was in False's stream once, right after she started coming over to this chat, and she didn't recognize Sticky or Bird. We had to tell her after they were messing with her that they were mods. It's like, I know some of the mods, and she named, like, it probably was, like, the easy ones. Like, easy names to remember, like Finn or something, I don't know. And then she said Seppi, and I was like, yep, Seppi. That's one of my, Seppi is one of my mods, yep. Because I was just like, please let that name stick in her head. Seppi looks bad. Seppi. There's gonna be a chest over here. I knew no one came from my TikTok, my heart. Yeah, they probably took a quick glance at your brand and were like, oh, TikTok's gotta be the big one. Because, you know, bigger number, right? I don't know what your follow counts are on other platforms, but I would assume TikTok has the most inflated follow count, as it tends to. Sounds very cute, and I'm a very cute person, femboy. Is it second biggest? I'm talking literal, just really. Instagram has a higher number? That's wild. I was gonna say, like, I know that Instagram pulls more engagement for you, but I would still think that TikTok would have a larger follow count. Oh no, I fell. This is why we look at the monitor when we play games, Cole. See how distractible I am? I know that we talk about it often enough, but sometimes I'll do something and I'll just be like, okay, so you see it. It's not just me. Like, I'm being genuine. Oh, I climbed that. TikTok's only 30? Oh. That's kind of wild. What the fuck? I'm pushing the stick forward and... There. For some reason, if I push the stick forward there, he goes back to climbing. Not another room like this. Now we have a problem. Okay, wait. So the last time we had a room like this... I was gonna say, I had to use my shield. That. Thought you removed perms for creating Discord threads. I did it in specific channels. Some channels you can. Some, should I just disable it entirely? Because threads are kind of annoying. Am I the only one who finds threads annoying? Yeah, I could remove it entirely. Okay, that's 3. I went from 10k minimum to a vid hitting 1k. Wait. Can you word that differently? Only, yeah, there are some places where it makes sense, but like in a large general chat, threads are normally pretty annoying.
As Kratos left the temple, he was assaulted by the army of Morpheus, and again, he heard the haunting melody. But this time, he recognized
oh, it's not just
the song of his daughter, Calliope.
My daughter, where are you? Calliope!
Out of all the names, you chose Calliope? Oh, god damn it. Okay. These enemies are fun! I love God of War, Chains of Olympus. I actually, this is a very solid, especially for being a handheld game. It's genuinely a pretty good game, but every classic God of War game has some of these enemies that I just really do not like fighting. Yeah, so I just read it wrong the first time. I read it as that's just not an excuse, rather than that's not just an excuse. You shadow ban? Yes, smile. Explain to him like he's 5. He beat CEO up. Fuck. I can parry the snake lady, but not you. I don't like throwing the word shadow ban around at all. It's not something you'll ever hear me seriously say. There was that weird, like, 3-day period on YouTube where I made a bit of an uh-oh, and YouTube definitely punished my channel for it. The Silent Hill thing. Most people will probably remember that. Short version, I put a word in my description that YouTube doesn't like. It was the dead. Dead was the word, hilariously. And my channel across the board got, like, its impressions turned off for a good few days, essentially. It was really annoying, but, like, whatever. Outside of that, like, my buddies from, like, my IRL buddies all the time will, like, as soon as my numbers start going down, their instant thing is like, oh, bro, you got shadow banned. And I'm like, no, I didn't. It's just that social media stuff goes like this. And sometimes the inclines last longer. Sometimes the flat parts last longer. But it always goes like this. Like, it's whatever. Shadow bans are incredibly rare. So I do not like throwing the word around. Because most of the time... Sorry, I'm trying to read and understand what that's going to mean. Most of the time, when people start throwing shadow ban out, what actually happened is there was some sort of algorithm change that's just not understood yet. And they jump to an assumption of like, oh, my channel got shut off and there's nothing I can do about it. This isn't shots at you, False. I'm just saying, I generally don't like the word shadow ban because of that. Because the vast majority of the time I see people say it, that's what happened. Okay, so wait. Yeah, the horses. Eros and Notos on their perpetual voyage, drawing the sun across the skies. What does it want from me? Oh, now I can... Okay. Why is there like a siren? We all heard that, right? Horses did come to life. There's no Nicole Dracula channel? Is it gone?
With the release of the fire steeds, Kratos was now in the hands of the beasts. And where they would take him, he did not know.
Why did you name your kid Calliope? I love that they just pulled the pre-rendered videos from God of War 1 for a lot of that little flashback montage.
Kratos away from the grip of Morpheus, they crossed into the underworld. But in the land of the dead, they could go no further, for these beings of light were not welcome in Hades.
Why did I jump? Kratos. Wait, we're in Hades again?
Kratos found himself on the very edge of Hades, the land where no mortal had set foot. Here, where the souls of the dead walk their fated path, Kratos knew that for him, this was merely the beginning.
Why are we in Hades again? Was this like a classic God of War thing? We just had to go to Hades every game? Just, it was required for some reason? And the save system is a pain. Like an actual, genuine pain. Guess so. Also, I was thinking to myself during that cutscene, this game, gameplay-wise, is like, yeah, it's not that far off from, like, a console God of War game. Like a home console, when I mean. It's not quite up to the level of quality, but it's, like, pretty damn close. The story, though. The story is definitely... Sorry, I got the hiccups. Not up to the level of the mainline games up to this point. I feel like it's just kind of throwing shit at me. And it's honestly kind of hard to keep up with it. Because things just are kind of happening at random. Like, there was the whole army attack at the beginning of the game. Like, the Persian army thing. What was that? That has had nothing to do with anything since. That was genuinely just there to form an opening. Like, you know, God of War 1 opens with Kratos encountering the Kraken while out on the sea going towards Athens. And then, like, all of Ares' monsters and such attacking Athens. And then it's like, oh, yeah, that is actually relevant because we're here to kill Ares. God of War 2 has the best story so far, definitely. The most cohesive, the most well-paced, just kind of all of it. This one's got to have the worst story up to this point, though, for sure. The story feels super disjointed and like things are just happening. Like, why am I in Hades? I was doing the thing. Morpheus did something, and Atlas, I guess, is free. Atlas freed himself from holding up the world and is up to no good and captured someone. I don't remember. Because they kind of just mention things a single time. And then it's like, gone. They don't... Yeah, it feels really weird. The story in this specifically has not been up to the same quality as the previous games. But I think it's also probably something to do with it being shorter. And the fact that they were like, well, we have to write a prequel that won't mess with the console games that already were out at the time, 1 and 2. And it just really has to be there to give reason to the combat. Like, this game feels like a game with a story that's like, yeah, the story is here to just give me a very baseline level of reasoning as to why I'm running around killing things. It doesn't feel like they really had this, like, cool backstory to Kratos that they wanted to show off. It feels like they just came up with a random mess of ideas to kind of, you know, give me the reasons for being where I am at any given time. Which is never inherently a bad thing. But it's noticeable here because God of War 1 and 2 have really fun and entertaining and good stories. And this game is just like, yeah, the story exists so that I can go around doing my spinny blade thing. It's whatever. Like, some of my favorite games have those sorts of stories that are like, yeah, the story just exists so that the gameplay won't be questioned and so that you can just have fun with it. Like, most of the Devil May Cry games, the story is not why you're playing the Devil May Cry games. The stories are there to facilitate where you are and what you're doing. But that's about it. Can you stop? I'm just gonna iframe through it. Every time you do it, I'm gonna keep iframing it. If it spawns you back in after this quick time event, I'm gonna be upset. It is still pretty impressive that this ran on a PSP though. Assuming it ran well. Like, I don't know the history of this game. So, like, it could completely just be one of those things where, like, oh yeah, this game was notorious for having terrible performance on the PSP. Really wasn't a very playable game until PS3 collection came out. Oh my god, wait, your swords are red now? Is this when these guys got the red swords? What is that? He's still alive, too. Yeah, I think this is a upgraded variant of the double sword skeleton. Not skeleton, but just, like, soldier enemy. Oh. That one just died. I didn't even get to do a QTE on it. I need the help. It's definitely going to spawn more enemies here. Otherwise, the gate would have opened. Oh, there he is! I guess he'd probably just already spawned and I didn't see him. Hit the combos, Kratos. Juggle him. Never give him a chance. Oh, god damn it. Now look what I've done to myself. I've got no magic. Uh-oh. Oh, and you're back. Awesome. Don't swing at me. No, I couldn't dodge in time. I was spamming it. Oh, I killed... I guess this still gives you health. Why are you tankier than the big Cyclops guy? What the hell? Alright, anyway. Sorry, I'm glancing at the God of War 3 dumping process. It's at like 85%-ish at a glance, just looking at the progress bar. So, unless this game is, like, unless I'm right at the end, then yeah, even if I finish up Chains of Olympus today, we can just hop right into 3. This is like a solid side game, especially considering that it's not very long compared to the mainline ones. But it's definitely not up to that God of War 2 standard. Like, I just got all hyped up on God of War 2 and how great that game was to replay after so many years. Now, like, I would say, even though this is less frustrating than God of War 1, I still might prefer God of War 1. I don't know. I feel like I would kind of have to... Oh, yeah, I did that to myself, didn't I? Can't do aerial combos on the Gorgon's Skull. You've never been able to. Oh, no, wait. I thought I was further back than this. Never mind. I think I might like God of War 1 more than this still, but I might need to just re-experience the bullshit of God of War 1 to quickly have that thought purged from my mind. There we go. No, don't freeze me. I am super impressed by the fact that this is a PSP game. Wrong X every time. The Xbox muscle memory in me. It's not even just from Xbox days either. It's because every PC game, when you play on like Steam, every PC game with controller support, when you're using a controller, will use Xbox button prompts. Because Xbox controllers are way smoother to use on PC. They have way less input delay compared to like DualShock or really anything else on the market. Even like Steam controllers that are made to be used through Steam on PC. Even those things have more input delay than like an Xbox One controller. So everything uses Xbox button prompts. So that muscle memory is very ingrained. Sometimes I can get the PlayStation button prompts because I use DualShock controllers when I play on PC. Either my PS4 or my PS5, right? So sometimes I can get games to show PlayStation button prompts, but most of the time they just are all Xbox. Even the times that I've gotten like PlayStation button prompts, it's been like the Spider-Man PC port. It's pretty much always been PlayStation games ported to PC is when I can use PlayStation button prompts. But those even get Xbox prompts put into them, and you have to still like manually enable the PlayStation ones instead. Why can't I push it out there? There's an invisible wall here. Do I not use this to... Am I just supposed to jump into the river? But wait, no, there's an invisible wall here too. Where am I supposed to go? Hold on now. I'm not intended to... Wait. No, there's nothing up there. For a second I saw that little crack in the wall up there and thought maybe there was a path behind it. There's nothing... Oh my god, yeah, wait, you actually do go up here. I really didn't see this before. I thought it was just a random little health chest. Well, there we go then. It's like, there's no way I drop into the blood river, right? That can't be the way forward. Found the way. Maybe I just remember the PSP being worse than it was, but this game looks very good for being PSP. It's entirely possible I just remember it being worse than it was, though. I haven't even really tested the L1 and circle combo on the blades in this game. Oh my god. These aren't the guys to test it on, clearly. These guys are just attacking me right through my attacks and dealing a lot of damage doing it. Oh, there I go. I dead. Words, Cole. English, motherfucker. Do you speak it? Well, that's the good old God of War 2 L1 and circle. I think for both of them. I think it's the same for both the aerial and the grounded one. They pulled it from God of War 2, which is good. The blade attacks in God of War 2, like, they were all functional aside from that weird ground slam attack that was absolutely useless in 1. But the blade attacks in 2 just all felt so much smoother than in the first game. So I'm glad that even though they reused the animations, they chose to go with animations that I really like. Do I not break that? Oh, I'm supposed to... Hold on. There's got to be something in here then. Outside of just saving my game, right? There's got to be a chest. Oh, there's an orb chest here. Is there nothing up top? Definitely looks like that's climbable wall up there. Hold on. I probably go up and around from here, right? Not get back up there? Damn, am I locked out of whatever? Because that is a climbable wall up there, which means there's got to be something. But I guess I just missed it because I dropped down. Doesn't seem like there's a way back up. Yeah, I'm not seeing one. Well, we just push forward, I guess. Oh. Never mind. Wait, hold on a second. Maybe, possibly. Hear me out. I didn't miss anything. That's a broken wall. I see your tricks. That one was obvious. Oh, isn't it like 11.5K or something like that for the blades? Oh, 11.2. I'm actually really close to what I would assume are maxed blades. Up to this point, it's always been level 5, so I don't see why they would have changed it for the PSP game. You know, the little handheld version of God of War. I don't see why this is when they would make a big change like that. So I'm gonna assume I'm pretty close to maxed blades already. That even like... Yeah, so, oh wait, hold on. The shield can get upgrades? Well, hey, I won't say no. Assuming they stuck with 4 different magic attacks like they've done in the past as well. I don't think there's any sub-weapons in this. Why in Elden Ring does it not show the controller buttons, but it shows the keybinds? That has never happened to me. That sounds like something is wrong with your Steam for whatever reason. Because I've never had that, and I've never heard of that either. I would Google it, because that's new. Accidentally Discord called someone? How? Oh, you had like a little mini player? The interact button is Y. Yep, the interact button is Y in Elden Ring. Why are you playing Elden Ring? Did you ever finish Souls 3? Why'd you just jump to Elden Ring all of a sudden? Yeah, okay. Oh, there goes my mouse flying across my desk because I kicked the cable. Can't get comfortable in my chair. It's one of those days where I'm squirming a whole lot. This room's gonna be a pain, or I guess this checkpoint. Not much of a room. Oh, I fucked up. I do not have the health to be making mistakes either. Jesus Christ, man. What did I get myself into? Oh, Jessica, how's it going? I'm just bored at the moment. I mean, go for it. I have a racing chair. Yeah, I don't have a racer chair, but I have a gamer chair, and I hate it. It's fucking terrible. It's way more comfortable when I don't sit, like, straight in it, though. Which is a sign of a bad chair. Like, yeah, it's not as bad if I just don't sit in it the way it's meant to be sat in. It's a bad chair right there. I'm always sitting, like, at an angle in this thing. We both complained about our asses hurting. I do remember this. I remember us talking at some point about how much our gamer chairs sucked. Herman Miller is like the kind of chair that I need to get. That's exactly, like, I've been saying it for a bit, that I need just one of those really fancy, like, businessman office chairs. That's the shit I need. Because, like, all of my work happens at my desk. Both YouTube and otherwise. So, like, I'm in this chair a lot. And I don't like it. I don't like this chair. Oh, what the hell? Oh, what? What? Okay. I expected that to be button mashing, but it was twirling the stick around in circles. Alright. Cool, I guess. Come on. There we go. Kill the bird. Yeah, I need something like a Herman Miller chair. I definitely need something like that. Aha! Oh, I can parry these guys. That makes this a lot easier all of a sudden. Their weapons looked too big to parry or block, so I thought it was going to be dodge only. Come on, off with your head. Health, right? Wait, what? Oh, what the hell? Okay, sure. That's fine with me, I guess. Next one. Wasn't too expensive. Yeah, they're expensive. If you had an old IKEA high back chair, I used to have an IKEA chair before this one. The 600 plus, yeah. They're expensive fucking chairs. They're really nice though. A buddy of mine got one, and he loves it. He doesn't even work at home. He just got it to have it as setup, because it's a comfortable chair. My buddy's got it like that, though, to be fair. I feel like my butt would still be uncomfy. See, I think that's just the bad experience of paying like a couple $100s for a gamer chair and then realizing that like it's not very comfy, but then you paid a couple $100s for it, so you keep it and you use it every day for hours on end. Where are we going now? This does not look like Hades in the last couple games, which I'm assuming they probably tried to do all of the cool like visual stuff that they did with Hades in 1 and 2, and they just couldn't on a PSP. What boss is at Meteor Impact? What boss? Oh, like, well, that's a whole area. There's not a specific boss there, necessarily. Like, not in the way that you're thinking, at least. There's a handful of bosses in the area. God damn it. God damn it, Bobby. That's right, I can block them. What am I doing? Sat in there usually upwards of 7-8 hours a day. Yeah, I need one of those then. Fuck this thing, man. I think I could squeeze it in right before taxes, right before I file my taxes. Business expense, business expense. It genuinely, anything for my setup is business expense. So, maybe. I'm asking my accountant after this. I gotta text her and be like, hey, if I buy something right now, business expense right now, is that a write-off? Or do I have to wait until next year? Because if I have to wait until next year, then I'll wait a little bit longer and put up with this bullshit-ass chair a little more. But if I could, like, file that as a write-off within the next month, then I'm about to buy a new chair. God damn it, man. The blades in this room are the worst. Needing to be mindful of those things flying across the floor with everything else. I'm in one of those areas in a classic God of War game that drives me crazy. We've made it. The area, and of course, it had to be Hades too. As it tends to be in these games. The Hades area is the one that I really dislike. Always. It's a pattern. At least the parry timing in this game is incredibly generous. I was just trying to get the birds out of there. Now there's more. Oh, what am I doing? I got some buttons mixed up in my head. I won't lie about it. Okay, both of them are ready. There we go. Come on now. Come on now. Wait, can I destroy the blade things? Hold on. It's glowing. There it is. What? Why is it shimmering like that? Just to lure me to my death, or what? Like, why? Why would you? The Hades area had to be... Oh, wait. Had to be bad. It's a tradition at this point. I better never go to Hades in God of War 3. I just, at this point, I don't want to. This is the thing that... Oh, but I can upgrade the shield. And the shield is cheap as fuck. Never mind, I'll upgrade the shield next, honestly. I was gonna say, I use the big fiery guy the most out of all, like, the other abilities, but the shield... It does just get new abilities, though, it looked like. Hold on, I'm gonna have to look again. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, it just gets new abilities. This would increase the damage of something that I already use a lot. I'm probably gonna actually upgrade the fire thing. Never mind. Am I out? Am I free? Please tell me I'm free. I guess if anything, this is the first time I went to Hades and wasn't dead. Oh, I brought Karen to me, huh? Interesting. Interesting play, Kratos. Call for Karen.
Slave to no one, Charon.
Charon.
We share a common fate, Kratos. The gods will release neither of us from our torture. Be gone. It is not yet your time, mortal.
Yo, what the fuck? Okay, my controller just disconnected for a second. That was a very unexpected and fast transition into a boss fight. Oh, fuck off. I have no health for this, too. Oh god, what are you doing here? Is he ugly? I mean... Oh. There we go. That was the controller again.
You chose your path. Ghost of Sparta.
So this time I did die? This doesn't... Oh, maybe this is Hades, actually. Yeah, it is. For a second I was like, did he just send me back or what? No, I think he might have killed me. I'm just helping out is all. They give health. Canon? I'm pretty sure this game is canon. I think all of the God of War games. I know the mobile game that they made is canon. So I think all of the God of War games are canon. This would bring the Kratos fucking dies counter up to 3. Has to die once per game at this point. It's also a tradition. Just as I was saying, like, well, I guess this is the one Hades level that I didn't die to get here. And then I fucking died. Immediately after that cutscene. Jesus Christ. Okay. There's a bit of a pattern here with me dying. And then just being too angry to stay in Hades and fighting my way back out. Which really can't be all that hard. If Kratos is just a really angry man who does it over and over again. You die in the underworld, you go to the under. I don't know where this is. This does not look like anything Hades in the last few games. I don't know what the hell this is. There's shirtless people strung up everywhere. Like me. God fucking... No, I don't like this shit. These guys drive me nuts. Don't you try to hit me out of my combo. Damn, man. Why am I sweating my ass off? I fucking hate this. Shirtless male, go to hell. I mean, there's shirtless females. And no one is complaining. Kratos might. He... Actually, no, he won't. Never mind. I saw what he did back in the intro level to the game. They aren't in hell. Yes, they're right here. There are also shirtless males here. But there's booba everywhere. Magic increase would be really nice right about now. I'm getting my ass kicked a little bit. I don't know where this is, though. No idea where I even am at this point. I bet if I actually saved, I would be able to find out. Probably should be saving in case of a crash. I'm emulating. And, like, this game has run insanely smoothly. Like, no hiccups on emulation up to this point, but, like, emulation is rarely perfectly stable. You can get really stable, but it's never perfect. Crashes happen. I should probably be saving. It would be smart of me. They all look like men to me. Look to the left of the screen right now. Okay, well, not right now. Right now. Give it a second. That was a stock scream effect. I've heard that. Countless times in my life. I don't know what that scream is called, but I know that I've heard that in so many different things. Where have I heard that scream? I'm not gonna be able to think of it now. There are some stock scream effects that I know by name. There's actually a lot of stock sound effects, or stock scream effects that I know by name. I find stock scream sound effects to be hilarious, so I do actually know a lot of them. What is this area called? This isn't the Dock of Charon. This is... Hold on. If I go to save again... Imprisonment is the subtitle for this area. Like, in hit game Poop Killer, when someone was streaming that, there was a stock scream effect that I knew by name. And I remember they used the C-Day scream in Poop Killer at one point, and I burst out laughing. It's probably my favorite stock scream, actually. I find it hilarious. I also used it in the... I used that exact scream effect in the Warzone video like a month and a half back. That's the last time I remember using that effect. God damn. I don't like this area. Oh, yeah. This time, at least, I saved after I ran down and did the QuickTime event and everything. Saves me a little bit of time. I wouldn't expect anything genuine. No, but I heard it, and I was like, oh, I fucking love that soundbite. I've used it in so many videos, because anytime you want to have someone screaming, like in horror, it's the funniest fucking scream. This time. God damn it. Those archers. They're gonna get it. If I could figure out the timing for when they shoot me. You realize a lot of reused assets? Yeah, the stock sound effects are one of those things that I know a stock sound effect when I hear it. Because I've normally used it, or I just recognize other places where it's been used. There is a scream that keeps playing as part of the ambience here that is, I don't know what it's called or where it's from, but I recognize it. I've heard it in a lot of different things before. It's not that one. I'm waiting for it now so I can call it out. I do know where it's from. I actually do know where it's from. I just thought of where the scream is from. It's from the original Doom games. Doom 1 and 2, it's the death scream for the player. That's where I know it from. So whatever that sound effect is, whatever that sound is, that's the one. It's the player's death scream from the old Doom games. I thought of it. I was like, I know where it's from. I just don't know where it's from. Fuck. The arrow. But I thought of it. Now I just have to wait to hear it again so I can call it out. Right? It's not that. It's a dude scream. Sorry, I need the help badly. If I went up top and around... No, I can't even do that. Fuck me. The archers are the worst part of it. Like, those sword enemies suck. But on their own, they wouldn't be all that bad. It's these bitches. Booba everywhere. That's great. And no one complained, ever. Except for, like, probably someone on the news at some point. It was like, nudity in my child's video game? I think not. Games are heroin. I will never not rag on, like, crazy paranoid parents blaming video games for everything. Because I had those parents. Charlie's video called Reporters Hate Video Games. I died laughing. Oh no. Okay. Who was it? The Act Man just did a video on, like, network television news stations that did crazy reports on games. New meme on the internet, Cole saying booba. Oh, I just edited, this was literally this morning I did this. I made another short that I'm waiting another, what's the date today? It's the 25th, another 6 days. This one will probably go up, I don't remember, I scheduled when this specific short would go up, I just don't remember the date. I think Charlie reacted to that. That might have been it. I've seen a lot of creators reacting to it recently. It's a great video, it's hilarious. Covers some of my personal favorite, like, video game scandals, such as Sexbox, back when Mass Effect came out, and they had Jeff Keighley on Fox News to defend Xbox. They literally just brought him on because they knew he would try to defend it, and they wanted to make him look dumb. The DS and Animal Crossing, yeah, that's the Actman video. He's a great YouTuber if you haven't watched him before. I've been watching him for years. He started out as a Halo YouTuber, and I watched him back when he was just a Halo guy. Not like the kind of guy who would just like play multiplayer matches of Halo or some shit and upload that daily. He would do like these highly edited videos talking about like the campaigns or the stories or whatever in Halo, and they were always really good. But then he started branching out and just doing like variety content on the same sort of stuff, where he just does like really long videos where he talks about games or things about games with a stalker or a smaller channel. Oh, he was in big drama earlier this year. It wasn't like drama between channels. Oh yeah, it was, never mind. It was the Quantum TV thing. He was at the core of all of that. Because he did a video about people with like really bad takes about Elden Ring, and he featured a YouTuber named Quantum TV, and then Quantum TV copyright claimed the video, which got like millions of views, and he took all the revenue from it because clips of him were used in it. And so Actman does a whole follow-up video exposing him on it, and he brings it to YouTube because it's copyright abuse, because it was fair use and all that. YouTube is like, hey, you gotta handle that on your own, as YouTube does. And it turned into a whole thing. YouTube then demonetized Actman's entire channel as a result of this beef between the two of them, and let Quantum TV stay monetized. Despite Actman being able to do a little bit of digging on Quantum TV's background and find like super homophobic shit in his history. It was some of the best YouTube drama in years. It genuinely was. It was just some of the wildest shit. His channel's remonetized now. There was a period of like a month where Actman just didn't do YouTube. Like, he just fully went over to Twitch and started streaming instead of doing like really long-form videos. Because he was like, yeah, if I can't make money off of YouTube, like, I'm not gonna continue doing YouTube. What was the conclusion? Both of them still have a channel. Both of them are still monetized. But, like, he got remonetized after, like, 2 months or so. There really wasn't, like, a good final conclusion, though. It was just everything ended as it started. It was all this drama in the middle, but in the end, nothing changed. Quantum kept the rev? Yeah, they never went to court. Oh, the stalker thing that you're probably thinking of was in the middle of all this. Quantum TV doxed his mom. Quantum TV doxed the Actman's mom in the middle of all the drama. And that's when Actman started calling for bans and looking into his history and all that. It was because of that. Because Quantum not only doxed his mom, but also had a phone call with her that he recorded, literally asking this like 26, 27-year-old's mother to get her son under control and delete a mean video on the internet. Quantum, by the way, is like 35-ish and like has a family and kids and stuff, and decided to call this guy's mother to ask her to get her son under control. And the reason that the Actman got demonetized, now I remember it all. Now I'm remembering it. Was because after Quantum did the phone call thing and uploaded the recorded video as some sort of like, look at me, I'm the good guy here. Actman on Twitter, in response to Quantum saying that he might have to come over to one of their homes to resolve the dispute, said, if I see you on my property, like, it's not gonna go down well. And YouTube was like, that's threatening another creator. And they demonetized his whole channel. And it was like, what the fuck?
Where the souls of the wicked are tortured.
That
in
was
pits of
wild
darkness.
YouTube drama.
Wailing and agony of the damned resonated deep throughout the bowels of the underworld.
Because it wasn't even just like between YouTubers, it was like actually YouTube themselves just taking like the worst stances and reactions to any given part of the situation that they possibly could have. Like, just the entire way YouTube themselves made the worst decisions in response to it. So yeah, that's probably the drama. That was the stalker thing too, was that, yeah, his mom got doxxed as a result of it. Yeah, that was wild. But yeah, he used to do Halo. He started just doing general gaming stuff, and his videos are really good. Some of his older stuff is a little, like, wild with things that most content creators out there have, like, the kind of shit in their background where, like, I think some of them might even still be public. I'm not 100% sure, but, like, there's old Actman videos where he said, like, the R word and shit. But for me, it's like, I mean, honestly, the majority of people said the N-word, or not N-word, sorry, R-word. I hope the majority of people haven't said the N-word in the past. Though, that might not be the best thing to hope. At least in the gaming space. The R-word, most people have said the R-word in their past. Like, I've said the R-word in my past. I didn't understand how actually harmful that word was when I was a kid. I think that's the majority of people with at least one, like, word or term of that sort. I feel like everyone has, like, at least one, like, offensive term in their past that, like, they used to use because they just didn't realize, like, how actually harmful it was. That's a nickname from my cousin my parents gave him. Your parents sound like they would get along with my parents. Oh! I didn't even finish that little side bit that I started. I was planning to say, with the whole, like, crazy news stories trying to make parents, like, super paranoid about video games. My parents consumed a lot of that, and it worked on them. It really, like, when I first got sent to a therapist as a child, it was not for, like, learning disabilities. It was not for, like, anxiety or depression or anything. When I first got sent to a therapist as a kid, it was because my parents thought I was playing too many video games, and they were wondering if there was something wrong with me, and they wanted to have me evaluated by a therapist, like a licensed professional. That's why I saw a therapist for the first time as a kid. Because my parents thought there was something wrong with me because I played video games. I wanted to murder someone. I mean, to be fair, old Bethesda games and such. Who, when they were younger, played a Bethesda game and didn't play a character where they just went around, like, committing crimes and doing nothing but committing crimes. Like, just killing random people, stealing anything you can come across. We've all played a Bethesda game character like that, come on now. Especially, like, keep in mind, when I was, like, 10, Skyrim came out. So me being 10 years old when Skyrim came out, you know that I played a character where my entire goal in the game was to, like, steal anything I could get my hands on and resell it to other vendors. and just be the most awful, shitty person possible and commit crimes everywhere. Pickpocket 100, all that shit. Of course, I played a Skyrim character like that when I was like 10. I'm always lovely in games, aside from that one Skyrim playthrough. I feel like Skyrim in particular gave me way too many options to do the like heavily crime-based character with like how absurdly powerful your sneak and pickpocket and those sorts of abilities could become. Like, I didn't really play a character like that in like Fallout 3 or Morrowind or anything like that, but Skyrim I did. The Skyrim I absolutely did. I made a character. It wasn't like my first playthrough. It was, I made a character in Skyrim that was literally just like, this is my thief criminal character. Like, I had a whole dedicated character to just fucking around and committing crimes in Skyrim. He's probably still on my 360. If I loaded up Skyrim on the 360, I would probably still have that save file somewhere. Poseidon took dominion over the seas. Yep. That's Poseidon, all right. What is this puzzle? Zeus, king of the gods. Oh. Forever chained in their torment in the depths of Tartarus, you say. I normally, like, can't bring myself to play an evil character in RPGs because I know it's like, it's super fun to have, like, a crazy, just unhinged character in an RPG, but it always ends up with you being on, like, the worst end of things. Whereas if you play, like, a moral or good character in RPGs, you always end up getting, like, extra good shit in the end for it. So I always end up playing a good character, but that one Skyrim character, and even then, it wasn't my main character. It wasn't my main character. It was just, I had a Skyrim character where I would fuck around and do stuff like that. Keeping a watchful eye on the immortal enemies of Olympus, then why am I here? Made my mom play Fatal Frame for like 10 minutes. No, I read the question. I didn't actually, what's it called? Respond to it, as I'm known to do. Because I forgot. My parents are in a weird spot with that one. Because they'll tell me that they support what I'm doing, but then, like, at least once a week, I get told that, like, I need to be sending out job applications and to get a real job with a boss and put less time into this. I always get the really weird mixed signals where they're like, yeah, we support what you do, but we just want you to not do it. So, in my mind, the answer is essentially a no. It's like they want to make me think that they support it. But, like, no, I don't think it's weird to ask. I think it's a pretty universal thing in the gaming community to have that whole, like, my parents do not like video games thing. And I think for any content creator trying to make it into, like, an actual job, most people in their lives will be like, okay, it would be great, but what are the odds? Which is fair enough. But it's like, there are ways to at least drastically increase your chances. If you want it bad enough, you can get it. I'm firmly of that belief. That sentence could be applied to things that I don't mean for it to be applied to, but you know what I mean. Wait. I need to upgrade my magic. I always ask my friends because it makes me wonder if some parents aren't age digression boomers. Yeah, well, also, I have buddies from college who, like, graduated alongside me, sort of thing. And they are in the industry, like, putting out job apps all the time and, like, trying to get a job. And for, like, specifically, we had, like, a group of 6 that would hang out, right? And 3 of them stayed to do their masters. And me and 2 others the 3 of us just, like, went off with our bachelors, and we were like, yeah, done with school now. Out of the 3 of us that left after getting our bachelors, none of us have a job in the industry. So, like an official job. Like, you know, employer sort of job. The other 2 are trying to get one and just have not had luck. Because in the game industry now, it's so weird how the industry is now. Because, like, you don't need a degree still in the gaming industry. It's kind of like a cherry on top sort of thing if you have one. It's nowhere near necessary in the games industry to have a degree. It's like a 90% degreeless field still. But, like, every designer position job will ask for, like, have a AAA shipped product under your belt, have, like, 5 years of experience for, like, a junior designer position. And it's like, what? Your junior designers are required to have, like, 5+ years of experience in AAA? What do your seniors require? Like, god damn! If your junior developer has 5 years experience in AAA, like, Jesus Christ. I did get that one job offer. That thankfully those 2 friends don't know about, because, oh man, they would be pissed if they heard that I got that offer and said no. You know the cat videos you watch? People get paid for that, so people watch me play video games and she's confused. I mean, yeah. The thing that I get most often from my parents in regards to this whenever it comes up, and it drives me up the fucking wall, because I have a very strong stance on this one. With anyone, not even just like with my parents randomly. With anyone. My parents ask me every single time, they're like, okay, how much money do you make? I'm like, huh? They're like, how much money do you make? Like, how much a week, a month, whatever, how much do you make? I'm like, why would you ask me that? Because they're like, no, we believe that you can do it and all, but like, we don't think you can do it. I'm like, I'm getting pretty mixed signals on this one, I'm gonna be honest, Chief. I don't know. It's my thing even with like my IRL friends who will on occasion be like, how much money do you make? I'm like, you know that people don't just ask each other how much they make, right? You know that that's not a normal question to ask someone, right? Where do I go? Do I shimmy across this? Hold on. Yep, of course. I saw the cracked wall on the other side, and that's when I realized that I could shimmy this. My dad went through college, and my dad is like traditional, like the most traditional path. Like went to college, got an internship, went to entry-level job, worked up the chain, worked for a long time, retired, right? Like the most traditional baseline, like life path as it pertains to work in the US, right? So he's very like, that's how the world works. You go to school, get an internship, you work for a little bit without getting paid, and then you get an entry-level job and you get paid a little bit, but not very much, and then you slowly work your way up until you retire. And I'm just like, no. Like, you don't realize how much things have changed in that regard. Like, outside of, like, the big, like, business, medical, like, outside of the very established, like, unmoving industries, like, things have changed a lot from that path, you know? They worked basic jobs their whole life, like a store for 30 years, no college, etc. So let me play video games. I don't know if I'm close to the end of the game or not. I've never played Chains of Olympus, so I have no frame of reference. I genuinely, I don't know, but welcome anyway, Sharpblade. I know that this game is shorter, and going off of how long people said the game is, I would think that I'm probably gonna finish it today. If not, like, it'll be finished very early at the beginning of next stream sort of thing. So, considering that I've been playing for like 2 hours, I could be within a couple hours of finishing it. But I just don't know, like, how far into the story's whack, too. I have no frame of reference of, like, where I am in the story. It doesn't really feel like much is happening at all with it. They just kind of threw a basic premise at me, and it was like, okay, I haven't gotten much since. Man thinks his TV watches him and sends signals to the government. I love people like that, man. I love it. Sorry, I was gonna say, my mom she went to college, but she dropped out. My dad did, like, the traditional path. And then I had, like, the parents where it was, like, breadwinner, and my mom, for most of my childhood, was just stay at home. And then a few years ago, my mom started her own business, like a shop, and she worked that for a few years. I don't remember when she would have opened it and started that, but a few years ago. Maybe 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. It would have been probably like 4 or 5 years ago. It was probably around the time that I started, like, I had my own license. I didn't need her to, like, get around to all my shit anymore. It was after that, like, soon after that, that she opened it. But, she opened up a business of her own that she started up, and she just sold it. And, like, literally last week, like, has stopped going into the store, like, it's not even hers anymore. Like, this is very recent that she just sold her business that she started and is, like, out. Done. Now she's like, see, I've done something work-wise that I can feel good about, and now I will not work anymore. Now I get to retire after actually doing something. And I'm like, you know what, fair enough. I love crazy, like, unhinged conspiracy shit, though. Like, on one hand, it's sad, but on the other hand, I find it endearing. Which is the weirdest way to say it, but that's kind of what it is. I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all, for the record. Like, at all. It's just not. Well, there's one. There's one conspiracy that I'm genuinely like, yeah, that one's got a lot of merit. And, woo! And that one is for very specific reason. God damn, if that lasted much longer. Like, the one conspiracy that I'm like, yeah, that one actually has some merit is, that the FBI assassinated MLK. And that one, like, I was like, yeah, there's a solid amount of merit to this, but wait. Oh, wait, there is a sub-weapon. Gauntlet of Zeus. Oh, it's slow, which, if there's anything to go off of in God of War, a madman now? Yeah, fair. The only real reason that I've started to, like, actually really believe the FBI was the one that shot MLK thing is because the family sued the state over it. Over conspiracy to murder and then covering it up. And the family won the lawsuit. The state paid the family to stop talking about it publicly. That was the result of the lawsuit. So, like, that's not a good look for the whole, oh no, we didn't kill him. And then you suddenly are like, you get called out on it and you pay them to shut up. That's the reason that I actually believe that one. They'll settle or pay. That one has a particularly bad look to it, though. And there's other stuff, like, with the actual case itself. Like, one of the things that I can actually remember is because of where they claimed that the guy that they arrested and sent to life in prison for it shot from. They claimed that he shot from, like, a window across the street, right? And, like, had a rifle. But there was a tree blocking the line of sight from where MLK was when he got shot and that window. And the police went in the middle of the night to cut the tree down. When they were mid-investigation, they cut the tree down. Like, literal first night after the shooting itself, they went and cut the tree down in the middle of the night. There's just a lot of weird shit like that with that case in specific, and then they paid the family to keep quiet about it, and I'm just like, you know what? That one might be true. Like, that one seems to have a lot going for it. What starts with B and ends with A? Banana? Bandana? I can't think of a third one. Okay. Booba. Booba does? Bofa? Bofa what? What is Bofa? I don't know. I'm just a streamer. What is Bofa? They don't have combos listed? Wait, no, that's crazy. Yeah, this thing seems pretty shit. I don't think I'm gonna get any use out of the gauntlet. I'm gonna be real. That thing seems pretty awful. I could upgrade it to get more abilities, but it's like, if it sucks to begin with, I don't want to upgrade it. I have the Blades of Chaos. Somehow the problem that every single God of War weapon has had up to this point that isn't the Blades of Chaos. It's like, even in God of War 2, the Spear of Destiny and the Hammer were both fine, but the blades were better. There was never a real case where I was like, oh, but I would rather use the spear here. Just never. That didn't happen. What the fuck? That's moving kind of fast, actually. I'm gonna be real. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I didn't mean to do the air launch. Oh. So I'm just gonna have to use the gauntlet to get through the levels then, I guess. Wait, I can break these, huh? Chest. Booba is a good one, though. Oh, sorry, I didn't say it earlier. I got sidetracked. This morning, the video I edited this morning, short that won't go up for another week or so. It was an out of context video. It's just me out of context. It's a bunch of fucking clips that, like, are between 1 second and like 5 seconds, and it's just me saying some shit or making a certain sound or whatever, and no context whatsoever to each clip. It's just rapid fire, absolutely no context, and it's fucking funny. It's very funny. And one clip is literally just me yelling booba. That's what made me think of it. That's all I'm giving you. You don't know anything else. The rest of the clips you'll have to just imagine. But it's just like a 1 minute clip show of me yelling some stupid shit that makes no sense without any context to it. So I always find myself very funny. Not always, but very often. Very often, I find myself funny. Way funnier than anyone else, for sure. have to be your own fan. Yep. Well, even beyond that, I've always, like, fuck. I've always been that guy who makes a joke that does not land, and then I'll laugh at it, and no one else will, and I'm like, oh, you guys are fucking lame. That was funny. It was mostly my friends from high school. That, like, we'll be hanging out, and I'll make a joke, and none of them laugh when I do. I'm just like, yeah, you guys fucking suck. That was a good one. And then they'll laugh when I just have the reaction of like, yeah, this is your fault. I'm funny as shit. Because they also tell me frequently that I'm not funny, and I'm like, yeah, that's bullshit. One time, I pulled out my phone one time when they were saying I wasn't funny, and I pulled up my YouTube Studio app, and right at the top, if you've ever used the YouTube Studio app, first thing you see when you open it, first thing at the top of the screen is your active subscriber count. And I don't know what the number was at the time that I did this, but I just pulled out my YouTube Studio, and I flipped my phone to my friend. I was like, you see that? That's the amount of people who pressed a button saying, I want to see more of this guy because he entertains me. And I was like, I'm not smart. I'm sure as shit not good at games. So the only thing it could be is that I'm funny. This many people think that I'm funny. You're just lame. Weird flex. No, it genuine. I was like, bro, come on. You're not gonna convince me that I'm not funny. I sub to see the downfall of you failing at games. Why do you sub to see that? Is it perhaps because it is funny? Maybe? Possibly? To make myself feel bad. I'm just here to see the jokes crash and burn. Everyone just subbed for like the irony of how unfunny I am. And it's like a so unfunny that it wraps around to be funny. It's one of those sort of things. If you think that I'm unfunny, just wait until the next time I do a video with False. That intro that I have written is so painfully awful that it ends up being the funniest fucking thing that I've written in so long. Just wait for it. Bad equals funny. No, I mentioned this, I think it was just yesterday I was talking about this on stream. I have a notepad, False, of everyone who I plan to do videos with in the next few months, like next handful of months. And I have just like intro ideas for videos written down in a notepad. And there's one that I wrote for you that is so painfully bad that it ends up being super funny to me. Like, I wrote it fully ironically because I'm like, that is so good. I mentioned this like 3 times now. That intro, when I get the chance to use it, will be so fucking terrible. And you'll all know it. You'll all know that it's the intro when you see it. Because you will cringe at it, physically. I just about guarantee it. There's no way you don't. But God, it's so fucking funny to me. Oh no. Hear me out here? You're not talking about the snake lady, are you? The amount of times we've heard about it. I can't stress how terrible of a joke it is. It's so, like... I swear this joke is going to be so unfunny. It is. That's the point. The joke is so not funny. It's so unoriginal. And just bad. And I'm gonna sell it straight. And it's going to be... It's gonna wrap back around to being funny. And it's written with that exact intention of like, this is an awful joke that I'm gonna try to play it straight and hope that it becomes funny coming out the other end. If it doesn't, it's just gonna be the worst fucking intro I've had in a long time. If it doesn't land the way that I'm thinking it will land, It's genuine. It's just gonna be a shitty intro if it doesn't land. So it better land. But I've also, in terms of the assumption that I'll end up making a video out of the Halo stuff, I've also maybe got a title written and possibly even a thumbnail made that are very much going to... the thumbnail and the title, hopefully, will make it so that even though the joke is so bad, it's not gonna lead to an instant drop-off in viewer engagement. Fuck, man. Hopefully. Pro YouTube things that I have learned in the last year. Write your title and make your thumbnail before you do any of the rest of the video. Because those are the two most important things out of all of it. The video could be shit. It's gonna perform well if you have a good title and thumbnail. Mostly. There are boundaries to this. Like, if your video is so bad that your average watch time on the video is insanely low, then that won't be the case. If your video is just, like, incredibly mediocre and has a fire thumbnail and title, that video is gonna do fine. So if you have a great thumbnail and title and a great video, that's when you start cooking. Until YouTube kills your video 8 hours in and it starts getting, like, 10 views a day. Callisto, what? Sorry. WWE moves on the Gordons. Fuck, man. This checkpoint's awful. Chains of Olympus has kept the tradition of the Hades levels being fucking awful. Just painful to get through. Hello, Hermura, how's it going? The upgraded version of that spell is actually kind of bad. The spamming circle, it's like, maybe I'll get more damage out of it. Probably not. Oh, I wanted to juggle you. Oh, there we go. No fancy work. I was gonna have some smart-ass response. I couldn't think in time. My brain is distracted. I'm only halfway? I thought this game was supposed to be like 4 hours or some shit. You saying we're only halfway? You saying that I don't need to have my God of War 3 files dumping into an emulator right now in the background while I do this? Fuck! God damn it. Who has the Sir Gideon ult again? Unless it's just someone new this time. I've seen this ult before. I remember it. There we go. Wait, if I'm only halfway through and the difficulty spikes keep up the pace that they've been going at so far. Oh, what the hell? That time, every single one of them hit her. See, that's why I use it anyway. Because if I just gave up, because I'm like, oh, this almost never hits them, then I wouldn't have gotten that. Iframes. Dumb bitch. Is it locking onto her if she's in range? Is that how it's working? Cakes to sell and all that. Even if it was only 4 hours, we've been here a bit. Yeah, I played an hour and a half the other day, and I guess 2.5 hours now. So apparently, the average player beats this game in about the time I've taken to get through half of it. Which is weird. I beat God of War 2 faster than the average player. God of War 1, it took me like twice as long as the time estimate said, because that game is fucking bullshit. Yeah, I am on hard. There we go. Wait, he's not dead? There we go. That's the right grab. But I played God of War 2 on hard mode and beat it like a couple hours faster than the average still. I think the average playthrough, it said like 12 hours, and mine was like 10. It was a good bit faster. And there were some points in God of War 2 where I got stuck. Tell me I'm supposed to go back down there? Okay. I like the continuing trend of Kratos fucking dies once per game. That's my favorite God of War tradition so far. Even though it leads to the Hades levels, just story-wise, it's funny to me that they've been killing him once per game so far. Fuck off, man. I didn't mean to do that. I don't even know how the shoulder charge... I don't even know how to use it. There we go. Does actually die a lot. No, it's like that thing where he wraps back around to being cool. Because even though he dies once per game... Oh, I have to get the other one low. Hold on. Every single time he goes to Hades, he's like just literally so angry they can't keep him there, and he gets out anyway. If you're an experienced God of War player and know every single area, you're gonna beat it in just a day. Yeah, I'm assuming that must be what happened with this game for the time estimate. That would be my assumption, at least, because I was about to say that. It's probably, like, nowadays, because how long to beat wasn't there back in the day. So nowadays, a lot of the people going in and putting their playthrough times in, especially for, like, a spin-off handheld version of God of War, I'd be willing to bet that those are some really big, like, classic-era God of War fans, right? Some dudes who really know what they're doing. And are probably just rolling through the game at a brisk pace, almost never dying sort of thing. Fuck, man. That was a bad idea to... This was a bad idea. That attack locks me in for so long. The Harpies are so useless in this. Their dive attack went from being one of the scariest things in the game in 1 to, like, missing every single time, even if I don't dodge, because they just go right over my head. There we go. Yeah, those Harpy, like, dive bomb attacks in the first game were fucked. I could never dodge those. Because they would just wait for so long. Like, they'd hover, and you'd dodge, thinking they were about to slam you, and then they would slam down. And it was like, what the fuck? Why are you trying to fake me out every single time? It's so annoying. Nope. Am I not meant to go back on that chain? Can't exactly jump up the wall here. Yeah. clearly, this is a rock that would be breakable if it wasn't. Oh my fucking god. What bullshit. Like, this is a rock that is breakable everywhere else in the game that I see it. Wait. This is a Titan? Oh, is that Kronos? It looks like Kronos. What is he doing here? Oh, no. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it lowered. Good. For a second, I thought I had to go all the way back and do that right side again. I mean, gameplay-wise, it just feels essentially like God of War 1, this game. The story's definitely not as strong. The story feels a little phoned in. But gameplay-wise, it's a very solid classic God of War game. I don't know if I like it as much as God of War 1. Even though me and God of War 1 got some history after that last playthrough. I think just like overall, as a full experience, I liked 1 a little more. I would probably say the gameplay in this is better than 1. It's just kind of God of War 1 with improvements thrown in, and the God of War 2 animations in a lot of places for the blades, which are just better. But story-wise, it doesn't hold a candle to either of the other console games that came out before it. It just feels kind of random, and it feels like they just kind of tell me random shit about what's happening. And it doesn't have that cohesive feeling. I don't even know how to word it, but like,
Kratos saw before him the remnants of the old rulers of Earth, the mighty
oh yeah,
Titans.
I was like, what? The rulers of Earth.
Defeated by the gods and enchained in the depths of Tartarus, they suffered their unjust penance. And for their torment, it was well known that these immortal beings hated the Olympians with immeasurable fury.
I said it earlier. I know how to say what I'm trying to say. It feels like with God of War 1 and 2, they had a specific story they wanted to tell with Kratos outside of the gameplay, and those stories are really entertaining. Here, though, it feels like they just wanted to port God of War to the handheld, so they did a prequel so that the console players wouldn't feel like they were missing out if they didn't have a PSP. But they had to, like, just make something that would give context enough to the gameplay so that you could just enjoy playing God of War on handheld. Like, this is not a story that you would be missing out if you skipped, you know? It's definitely not. You could just play through 1, 2, and 3 and not know what happened in this game, and that would not be a problem. And up to this point, this story doesn't actively make 1 or 2 any better either. It's just kind of like this completely random offshoot where something happened in Kratos' past so that we could make another game. It doesn't feel like there was a lot of direction behind it, if that makes sense. That maxed out spell better be good, because the level 2 didn't feel much better than the level 1. I guess I'll just upgrade the shield next. I never used the, like, throwing ability. And I don't like the gauntlet, straight up. I might have to try it in combat again, but from my impression of it, from the first time using it, I think the gauntlet might officially be the worst God of War weapon I've used in this little playthrough of the series. Up to this point, it's probably the worst one. Previous to this gauntlet, I would have said that the sword from 1 was the worst weapon. But this might be worse. This definitely could be worse than the sword from the first game. God damn it. Okay, he died right away. The damage feels better, at least. Holy, deals no damage. It's useless. Oh my god, these guys don't even have much health. It's actually genuinely useless. I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. Just parrying their own arrow back does more damage than the spell that uses your magic up. How ridiculous is that to say out loud? Oh my god, I'm gonna die doing it though. Well, at least what's going on with the transparency on that rock? That was weird. Ghost of Sparta is the one you need to play to understand Kratos in 2. So you're telling me that the Ghost of Sparta story will actually be good? Because that would be nice. Because like the gameplay in Chains of Olympus is solid. Like I said, it just feels like God of War 1's gameplay with some improvements thrown into it. But the story just ain't there. It really does feel like, oh, we came up with this so that we could make a game, rather than like, we made this game. The first 2 games feel like they made the game so that they could tell the story. This feels like they told the story so that they could make the game. The story just feels super random. Like, Morpheus got mentioned a single time at the beginning. I have not heard about him since. Like, not at the beginning, near the beginning, after the whole Persian attack opening chapter. He got mentioned there. Not since. And I forgot that Atlas was even like an antagonist until I read your message, Hamura. I completely forgot that he had anything to do with this, genuinely. The first 2 games I tracked with the stories very well, though. This just feels so... Like I said, it's kind of phoned in. The story's just there so that the game can exist. Well, I'm messing up my parries. Come here. This is what happens to people who just sit in the back and use archery on me. Oh, the finisher's the best part. Look at that. One thing with the gameplay of this, though, if I could offer criticisms here, nothing outside of the blades feels very powerful in this sandbox. The shield parries don't. Granted, they didn't feel super powerful in 2 either. They were just kind of like there to keep the flow of combat up, which is really just what they're doing here, too. But neither of the spells, in quotes, in this game, because they're kind of different from the other spells in 1 and 2. The spells in this game do not feel all that impactful. Or at least now, the big fire guy does, but I had to max it out before it felt impactful. Like, it took me putting, I'm trying to think, like 15,000 orbs into it for it to feel like it was worth anything. And the only other one I have right now is that little throwing the fireball one. And now that I've actually used it to take out an enemy, I see that it does literal no damage. Because it took like 7 fireballs to kill 1 archer. That thing's not even situational. That's practically useless. You think 2's story wasn't as solid as 1's? I thought 2's story was great. But I think 2's story... Like, 1's story, if I could say something about 1 being stronger, storytelling-wise, 1's story is self-contained, right? The story of 2 not only relies on you knowing the story from 1 for it to be entertaining and strong, but it also doesn't end in 2. 2's story carries right into 3's story. Like, the 2 of them are essentially just 1 story split into halves, right? It's not self-contained. You can at least give that to 1, is that, like, 1's story is good, well written, it was well thought out, and 1 tells its own story. 2 relies on... It feels like the middle game, storytelling-wise. Like, it is, but it's not self-contained. You need to know the story of 1 for it to be good. And on top of that, it doesn't even have its own satisfying conclusion within it. It goes straight into 3. So I got new parry moves. Oh, there was only 1 upgrade for the shield. I got excited seeing that the shield would have upgrades, but literally all it was adding the attacks back into the parry from God of War 2. So, alright. I don't want to level up the gauntlet, so fireballs it is. Maybe they won't be as useless with upgrades. Oh, they get the rapid fire. So that's something, I guess. That will unlock a move. Not even a damage upgrade? Oh, Chains of Olympus. I want to like you. I don't dislike it. I want to love Chains of Olympus the way that I loved, like, 2. But I'm not loving it that much. I'm liking it the same way I liked God of War 1, but I'm just not loving it the way I loved 2. And the way that, at least if my memory serves me right, I'll probably love 3 again.
Bound and shackled in their torment for 1,000 years, with no hope of escape. Now the chains that once held the Titan Atlas lay broken, and only one question plagued the thoughts of Kratos.
Who will release such evil?
Who would? Couldn't be Morpheus, could it? Yeah, I actually said that too when he got the power of time travel and he didn't just go back to like the day he made the deal with Ares. I did call that out at the end of finishing up God of War 2. I was just like, you don't even have to do, and Sepper brought up, I could come up with a defense for it. That's not what Sepper brought up, but Sepper said, like, being a god is eternal glory, so he would rather just reclaim his position as God of War. Which is a fair enough way to try to explain it. The way I would look at it if I was going to defend it, though, is he was probably just so tunnel-visioned on getting revenge on Zeus that all he wanted to do was just go back and get the Titans so that he could kill Zeus. He just couldn't see past the anger of everything that happened in 2. That would be my explanation if I tried to defend it. I still think it's stupid, though. Keep accidentally opening that because it's right next to the little thing I have to click to open up the... What's it? The save window that's being used through the emulator. Probably to replace the PS3's actual... What's it called? Like, actual dashboard that they probably were doing saves through for this collection. Oh, great. I've loved these guys. Their attacks just come out so fast. Like, even when I'm watching for it, I can't react in time. Keep her pushing. 3's a masterpiece, but the story in that game is bad. Is it? I don't remember, like, jack shit about even the games I've played. I remember, like, very loose things. Like, I knew 2 was my favorite. 1 was solid, but didn't age well. I remember really liking 3, just not as much as 2. And I remember Ascension being a pile of dog shit. That was pretty much what I remembered about the God of War games going in to this replay. And then, again, the PSP games I just had never played before this. I'm doing this. I don't want to fuck with dying here. That's, oh my god, that's still not enough, huh? Only bad God of War is Ascension? I hope. I hope. Keep her going, Kratos. Keep her going. No enemy. Oh, fuck. He didn't even get a spawn animation. He just appeared. Fuck, man. I don't know if I would necessarily call God of War 1 good. Like, I did enjoy the early parts of it, but having an entire second half that's not enjoyable on a first playthrough, that's rough. That is not exactly a quality that is easy to look past, you know? So I feel like with God of War 1, if I went back and played it right now, I would fare a lot better, even if I replayed on hard mode. But having it be so not fun for a first-time player, it's hard to defend that for me. I would say, like, God of War 1, I enjoyed the first half, so I'll give it that, like, it's solid. But I struggle to say more than that. When you get really good, you enjoy it more. Yeah, but like, with any game, accessibility is important in games. And I don't mean just accessibility in like, make it baby mode easy so that anyone can play it. But it should be enjoyable on a single playthrough for the majority of players, right? It should be accessible enough that the majority of people who play the game can enjoy their first time through it. Because I said this the other day. Most players with most video games will never even complete a full playthrough. The average metric out there in the industry for like the amount of players that will actually play a game beginning to end, on average, it's about 20% of players who will actually see a game the whole way through. So, like, a good game would be a game that more players will play to the end of because it's an enjoyable experience, right? So for me, games where I'm like, yeah, this game is really good if you put the time in to learn it and acquire technical skill and all that. But that's also, like, it's, yeah. One of the hardest video games ever made. I think that's a massive exaggeration, first of all. Second of all, every friend of mine who's played DMC3 has completed it. Like, it's hard, but it's enjoyable. It's got that accessibility level to where, like, even though it will kill you and be difficult, the average player still feels like they can learn it and get through it, right? For me, if I wasn't streaming God of War 1 on this replay, I might not have finished it. My buddy who played through all the God of War games for the first time like a year ago, he had never played them. He's a huge DMC fan, action game fan in general. God of War 1 is the only, or no, God of War 1 and Ascension were the 2 games that he didn't complete when he played it. He got about halfway through the temple in God of War 1 and then said, no, fuck this game is bullshit, and dropped it and went up. He just skipped to 2. Because he was like, it's not worth it. I'll just go play the next game. And like, he played all of DMC3, first playthrough, first go of the game beginning to end. God of War 1, he did not have the same tolerance for it. It's all about how the game feels in terms of its difficulty when it comes to stuff like that. What's your opinion? I only stand so strongly on it because I know that I'm not the only one. Like, I know because of friends of mine who hate the second half of God of War 1 that it's not just a me thing, you know? If it was just like, I'm the only one, I would probably still say it, but I would give it like that grain of salt where I'm like, probably not that bad, it's probably just my experience with it. But because I know it's not an uncommon experience, that's why I stand by it so strongly. I do think that pretty much once you get to the temple in God of War 1, the game's design takes a strong nosedive. Okay, we're just doing this to break your shields. God of War 2 felt really well balanced and well designed the whole way through though. On the same difficulty too. It's not like I even dropped to normal for it or anything. Despite some people in chat being like, no, God of War 2 is really hard, you should just play it on normal when you get to it. I still played it on hard, and it felt way better on hard mode than 1 did. Because I feel like 2, it's like I said with it kind of being a feel thing, 2 felt really strongly like when I did get stuck in some rooms, it was like, oh, I just need to try doing this differently. In 1, I would get stuck in a room and be like, okay, this is just bullshit. This is just not well put together. It's not my fault that this room sucks, sort of thing. God of War 2, when I would get stuck, it would be like, it's my fault that this room sucks. Wait, I fought my way all the way back to here? Okay, now. Cliffs of Madness, Hades level, and Ares boss. I would even say, like, especially, I wouldn't say most of the temple is terrible, but the temple is where you start to notice it going down in quality. At least for me it was. But I would say, like, the room with the circles and the centaurs. From that point on, I felt that God of War 1 was bad. The room prior to the centaur room was the last room where I felt like there were, like, good encounters, per se. Why is the gate not opening? I rang the bell. The boat is there. The super low detail version of the boat. Am I not supposed to go back out to the boat? Am I supposed to go this way instead? Thought I was about to go rematch against Karen, but maybe not. Oh wait, I can break the gate. I can break these with the gauntlet. That's why they glow. I asked earlier why the fuck they glow if I can't do anything with them. That is why. Because with the gauntlet, you can break them. Should go without saying. I feel like this is a very surface level one.
The walls of Tartarus would not hold Atlas, and they would not hold me either. The gods have obviously taken pity on their slave. You underestimate me, Charon. This time I will not be so merciful.
I mean, I'm still bad. So, he's got that advantage on me, that edge. That hasn't gone away. But I did upgrade this spell all the way since I last saw you. And I maxed my blades too, since I was last here. And I maxed my shield. Oh wait, I can't block those at all? I would have thought that I could parry those. Oh, not. Oh my. What is that timing? I love that the shield only has the one upgrade though. Because I thought that I was gonna be like getting a ton of moveset stuff for my shield. Like a bunch of abilities, and then I literally just got the ability to like attack out of a parry, and that was the one upgrade. And it was like 1,000 orbs. It was absolutely no cost to do it either. What is this? Oh. Oh my god, it's a wipe mechanic. And he, oh Jesus, okay. I didn't catch that the pillars were glowing until too late. Now I know. I appreciate the bosses having a health bar in this game. It gives me an actual frame of reference for how much damage I am doing, which I have not had in the last 2 games. I've always just been like, oh, big spell, probably doing a lot of damage. Probably. Oh, here we go. I know you'll be sitting there for a while when you do that. You played yourself, bozo. Oh my god, he just keeps doing it too. Is this just like wild RNG or what's up here? This doesn't seem normal. I do like that he has a wipe mechanic. That's not something I was expecting out of a boss in God of War. That's normally something you see more in like MMOs or some shit. Wipe mechanics you don't normally see in a lot of single player game bosses. One minute extra. We're not doing 1 minute extra today. We did that once. But I appreciate the like because it helps a lot. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Don't like you healing that much, bitch. Oh, here we go. No, he's outside of the range for it to... Oh, what the fuck? He keeps getting new attacks. You can't do that. That's not allowed. A tomato's a fruit? It is a fruit. A tomato is a fruit. Whether you accept it or not, it's the truth. It is scientifically a fruit. Shit, fuck. He heals so much. Oh, we're done? Or... Yeah, it would look like we're done. What's the point of the health bar anyway, then? Not to be that guy. Oh, his mask. Elden Ring moment? We're not done. Oh my. That's that Kratos shit we love. Fucking love the boss finishers in these games. So fun.
Having defeated Charon, Kratos journeyed deeper into Hades and closer to his goal.
Why deeper into
In the
Hades?
distance, the bright light of Helios illuminated all of the underworld. something on the shore caught his attention. And to Kratos, it almost seemed an apparition.
Who is that?
Calliope!
Oh, for fuck.
Upon seeing his daughter, Kratos realized that all that he had been working for, all that he had wanted, was within reach. Years of service to the gods had not delivered him from his pain. Never had it eased the burden of his past. And now, Calliope was found.
Calliope!
Pumpkins are a fruit? Yeah, I think scientifically pumpkins are also a fruit. I think that is right. Oh, Karen's Wrath, you say? That sounds fun. How do I use it? Please let it be like the Hades thing from the first game. I would love that so much. No, that... Ooh, I kind of like that, though. I think that might still be my favorite spell overall. Would be the Hades army from 1. That or Poseidon's Rage from 1. 1 had the best spells so far. God damn it. There. Although this, I think I can get behind this one. Giving me infinite magic, isn't it? Oh my god. Oh my god, get over here, please. Fuck the goats. Infinite magic is a yes, please. I didn't realize the first time around that it had given me this. This great gift. For fun. The fireball is still pretty shit. Although it's not maxed out, it's still shit. That was nice. How much is it to max them? Oh, I could just max them. Heron's Wrath is just better, though? Yeah, I gotta do what's right here. Gotta do what's right. How much to max it? 7K is not bad. I'm actually not far off of that. It's really not bad. That's still way cheaper than the first spell was to max out. Wait, was that also the last thing? That was the last thing. Last skill, upgrade, weapon, whatever you want to call it. Select. Oh my god, of War 1, or sorry, 3 finished dumping, by the way. So if I do, by chance, finish this in the next 50 minutes, which I don't think I will. Then I would be able to boot her up. Although at that point, like, I would probably just end... Let's say I finished it in 30 minutes, this game. I would probably just end with like 20 minutes of stream time left, so that we could have a whole ass event the next God of War stream when we start 3. You know what I mean? Have it be more exciting that way. I am reading. Zeus consented, you say? I know this story. This is an actual, accurate depiction of the story too, which is not common in God of War. I did not read this one. Oh, this is the Temple of Persephone. See, I didn't read this one. A book over here? What is this one gonna tell me about? actual accurate myth in God of War, which is, like I said, very rare. They take a ton of liberties. They kind of just use like the basic outlines from Greek myth and then play with it whenever they just want to do cool shit, which is fine because it's entertaining. But it's surprising that with Persephone, of all the gods, they were just like, yeah, we'll use the actual like normal myth story for this one. Oh, that's the wrong bumper. Would I get the platinum of 5? Maybe. The only reason I don't say yes is because I know that platinum for 5 and 4 includes an achievement that is just get S rank on every mission on every difficulty. Which would honestly just not be very fun to do, especially with like, that means you have to go through an S rank every mission of DMC 5 twice, because you have to do it with like the normal characters and Virgil on Heaven or Hell. And like, no one wants to do that. That mode sucks. That's not even a fun mode to play. And you're asking me to play like fucking 10 hours of it, assuming I get the S ranks the first time around. Which would be hard in 5 on Heaven or Hell because I can't combo on it because I'm one-shotting every enemy. And DMC 5 only takes into account your stylish rating for your ranking. It does not take into account things like damage taken, orbs found, none of that. It's only your style rating. So I don't know if I would want to platinum that. 4, you'd have to platinum, or sorry, you'd have to complete every mission in the game with an S rank 3 times on every difficulty. So that's how many difficulties are in 4? There's the normal progression of like easy to DMD, so that's 4 difficulties. And then there's Heaven and Hell, Hell or Hell, and then there's Legendary Dark Knight. So that's 7 difficulties. That's 21 full S rank playthroughs of DMC 4 to get the platinum. So, yeah, both of those platinums sound absolutely miserable to me personally. What the fuck? You bitches just turning people to stone mid-fight? Just like that? I was definitely trying to grab the bird and not do the finisher on the goat. Trust. I mean it. Bro, no, 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 not like that. Don't kill me like that, please. Shit, I have to use... Yeah, this room is gonna be one of those that I'm really gonna have a lot of fun in. Hold on. Slow down. The room that they put me in to test the gauntlet when I first got it, they gave me enemies that would not be stunned out by the attacks with it. The goats, however, are being stunned out, so I might actually take back what I said about this being the worst weapon. Give me a chance here. I think I can make this thing work. Oh, that's a fun animation. See, I like shit like that, me personally. I mean, like I said, the DMC5 is my favorite, but I don't want to go through 2 full S rank runs of heaven and hell. That alone would keep me away. That sounds miserable. Because like I said, that's like at least 10 hours of heaven and hell. Minimum. I wish that I had like a good area denial type spell, like in 2 with Chronos' Rage. Didn't think I would say good things about the magic in 2, but here we are. Because after the first run, I was like, yeah, the magic kind of sucked in this game, huh? Why is it? Do I not have enough magic to... Okay. I was trying to use Big Fiery Boy. I must not have had enough magic because it just wasn't doing it. God, this little panning cutscene of my child running around, who's definitely not even real. I don't have as much health or magic as I would like for this room. This room is just gonna, like that goat didn't even stun with the giant. God, fuck, man. This is just gonna be such a pain in the ass to get through. It really is gonna be. Oh, how the hell are the events of this game not mentioned in 1-2? It's like I said, this was not like a planned, passionately told part of the story. This story just exists so that this game can exist. And we won't question why it exists. But then, the story ended up being this story, and I still question why it exists. Probably even more because of the story that we got. I love the stories of 1 and 2. This one ain't doing it for me. I'm not invested in this story. I'm invested in the spinning my fiery blades in circles and punching things with my giant fist. I'm not invested in the story though. God of War 1, second half, the gameplay was my problem. God of War 2, I just loved that game. Again, like I did back when I first played it. Okay, so it's the same amount of hits, it looks like. I wasn't sure. It seemed like maybe the triangle was dealing more damage to those. But I don't think so. Now that I've tried to just sit there and spam it, it seems to be the same amount. Fuck, man. Like I said, I don't have any big, like, area denial type tools outside of this, but then this only affects enemies that are really close, and then I get attacked right out of it anyway. Damn it, I tried to do the big fire guy. I only get 2 uses of it with the magic I have. After that, we're gonna have to get creative. I get 2 uses of the big flamey boy with the magic I've got working here. 2 uses. Then the Karen spell might be able to help. Only 1 was left. Weren't there 2? Oh, see. The longer I can go without using them. Use 1 now. Just to give myself a... See, he just rolled at me through the spell. Did we see that shit? Through the fucking fire and the flames, that boy took a roll at me. He went for the attack. That time I did it. Oh, I went the wrong way. I rotated the stick the wrong way. For fuck. No more! Let me leave! What? I got hit by that? That looked like it was so far away to me. Hold on. Bro, even watching it back, that didn't look right. God damn it. This room, this is some God of War 1 vibes right here. This room. I ain't about this one. The gameplay in this game does feel a lot like God of War 1 to me, though. I don't know why, like, because the rational side of my brain then kicks in and I'm like, it should feel more like 2, considering the amount of animations they pulled over from 2. But for some reason, it just doesn't. Also, hello, user. It feels more like 1 to me. I think it might just be because my options are more limited, similar to how they were in 1. Like, 1 was more about making use of the small arsenal you were given. 2 was a lot more freeform. The sandbox was a lot bigger in the combat in 2. Probably why I liked it so much more. Hopefully 3 continues that trend. That would be nice. Oh my god, it spawned another goat. You're fucking kidding. Another? Another. Bro. Can we chill with the goats? Jesus Christ, man. We're done? We're done? Thank you. Fuck. That was a God of War 1 room for sure. That was some horse shit. And no damage upgrades still. It just... I'm gonna max everything on a single run, aren't I, in this game? Oh, that's a question. Is there New Game Plus on this? Because I could see it going either way. Where on one hand, it's like the sandbox is smaller, so they might not. Similar to what they did in God of War 1. But on the other, like God of War 2 was already out by this point. So I could see them just adding it because it would be expected because of that. Like the series has already done NG Plus, so people would have been expecting it. That sort of thing. I could see it going either way. Don't remember? Interesting. Let's see. When I get to the end, I'll see if I can do NG Plus or not. That child appeared. I could see the room clearly enough to see that she wasn't there. I saw her pop in. I watched the child pop in. Maybe if I was playing on my little PSP monitor, I wouldn't have seen it, but I definitely saw it. Oh, fuck that shit. Yeah, absolutely not. We're not playing that game. The I can't stun you, but you can stun me. Yeah, I don't fuck with that game. Yeah, I mean, the gauntlet is better than I gave it credit for being. It's probably better than the sword in God of War 1, in all honesty. I would say the sword in God of War 1 might still be the worst sub-weapon I've used. But I would also say that it's still not as good as any of the sub-weapons from 2. That would be my verdict on the gauntlet here. It's not the worst, but it's the second worst. It's the runner-up least useful sub-weapon. At least they used it for like environmental stuff, because at least then it forces me to pull it out from time to time. I can't just act like it doesn't exist like I did with the sword in 1. Hiccup, sorry. Shit. Why every God of War has this type of enemy? What, they can stun me, and all their hits are unblockable, but I can't stun them back sort of enemy? Is that what you mean? Because it is just kind of the most obnoxious enemy to fight, right? Shit. I'm surprised that never at any point did they, like, back down from the enemy that will just roll you if you're not actively being super careful of every attack. Like, I get wanting to have enemies that are more threatening, but, like, look at how the Devil May Cry game does their more threatening enemies, right? Where, like, even their most threatening enemies, you can still combo. You just have to play a little more carefully with your combos. It's not that they literally just made it impossible to do to, like, artificially make that enemy more dangerous, you know? Oh, if I hold it, it does something new now. Well, at this point, all I can upgrade is the gauntlet, so I guess I'll end up upgrading it regardless. Because 2, I didn't upgrade either the spear or the hammer. Because as much as I thought the hammer was pretty alright, and as much as I thought that the spear was actually pretty good, just not as good as the blades, it was like I already had my blades maxed. I might, like, it was just better for me to always use the blades and upgrade the spells. So I ended up doing that instead. I never upgraded either of those sub-weapons a single time. God of War 1, I did buy one upgrade for the sword, thinking like, well, maybe the damage will become worthwhile if I upgrade it. Also, royally fuck them for this. And by them, I of course mean the developers. We didn't do it once, we did it twice. But yeah, you can even combo the bosses, that's true. I should have even said that. And the bosses can still roll your shit even though you can combo them. Because they actually just, you know, design the boss's moveset to be threatening outside of artificially locking out your moveset against them. I would say Metal Gear Rising is another game that you can look at for, like, they had really threatening enemies in that game that didn't limit your ability. It's just that their ability was so great that they could definitely kill you if you weren't paying attention. Oh, what? No way. I swear to you, I'm willing to admit when I go wrong direction, whatever. That was bullshit that didn't count. Oh, I caught it just in time. I went for it. Violence and bad jokes? I don't know what you mean about the bad jokes part. See, them not getting stunned out by even spells is horrendous. We're just compounding my complaints about the enemies at this point. I don't know why they repeated this room. This was not a room gimmick I wanted to do again. I love Jetstream Sam as a boss and a character. Jetstream Sam is hard not to love. I feel like a lot of the bosses in Metal Gear Rising are like that, though. Where, like, they're fun to fight as a boss, but they're also just entertaining as shit as, like, a character on their own. You're right, that was a hilarious joke. Fuck me. It was. Like, even though he's such a piece of shit, Armstrong from MGR is hard not to love as a character. He's like a handsome Jack kind of character. He's like the guy that you love to hate in the game. It's really hard not to love Senator Armstrong in Metal Gear Rising. I really hope that the stuff that's been getting leaked about Metal Gear having a new entry soon is true. Mostly because it means that I have a good reason to play Metal Gear Rising on the channel. It's not even about the other Metal Gear games, as much as those are all really good. Rising is my favorite out of all of them. That time it didn't even give me a chance, because I was holding the input to even move towards him before I grabbed. Oh! God damn it. Both the version from 2 and Rising now equals. We don't talk about him in 4. We don't talk about Raiden in 4. He's barely in 4, to be fair. I always liked him in 2. I didn't love him until MGR, though. Because I played the Metal Gear games in release order. So Revengeance was the most recent one I've played. I still haven't played Phantom Pain. I haven't gotten to 5 yet. I did play Ground Zeroes. I didn't play, like, actual 5 yet, though. But I played the Metal Gear games in release order. And yes, I did play Metal Gear 1 and 2, like the MSX PC games. Yeah. No, I did not like them, before you ask. I did not like the MSX Metal Gear games. Did it just spread from one enemy to another? Hold on. What was that I just saw? It didn't even give me the chance. Oh, wait. What? I didn't input that, for the record. I thought it screwed me over again. I want to be on this side of them so that I can actually see them since I'm one shot. God damn it. Phantom Pain is really good. I've heard mixed things, but I think it's because some people are story people with Metal Gear and some people are gameplay people. I'm somewhere in the middle. I like both. I've never loved Metal Gear's gameplay outside of like 3 and Rising. Like Solid 1 and 2 and Solid 4 and the MSX games are like, I played those purely to see the story. The gameplay was like fine in Solid 1, 2, and 4, but not the reason I was playing the game. Rising and 3 were the only Metal Gear games that I like thoroughly enjoyed and played for the gameplay sort of thing. But I've heard the gameplay in 5 is awesome, and the story isn't great. And obviously, I know that the story didn't get finished. I'm well aware of that. That the game's last chapter never came out, and because of that, Metal Gear Solid 5 will forever be on a cliffhanger that will never get answered. I'm well aware of that whole thing. Which is why I thought Metal Gear as a franchise was just over. Like, I thought Metal Gear was done after Survive's disaster. But for those that don't know what I'm talking about, with the Metal Gear games possibly coming back soon, the voice actor for Raiden was doing a Q&A on Twitter, and he got asked if he would ever be reprising the role of Raiden in any future Metal Gear projects. A pretty out there question that you wouldn't expect to get answered. His response was, wait and see what's being announced soon, essentially. I don't remember exactly how he worded it, but he pretty much just said, wait and see what we're about to announce. So, apparently, Konami is planning to continue Metal Gear without Kojima. So we'll see how that goes. Because we already saw how Survive went. But it seems like if they're bringing Raiden back, which we practically know at this point, that it's going to be a single-player endeavor, similar to the older games pre-Survive. I love every Metal Gear except 4 and 5. Have you played the MSX ones? Like, the ones that aren't Metal Gear Solid, like Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. Have you played those? Because the gameplay in those is pretty bad. And the level design is terrible. And the story really isn't even there. Like, Metal Gear 1 and 2, I would just say are genuinely bad games. Solid 1 and 2 are like, I enjoyed them for the story, but not, like, the gameplay was alright. But I wasn't playing for the gameplay by any means. 3, oh, and 4 as well. 4's story is great. Gameplay is eh. But 3 and Rising both had really strong gameplay and stories. Those were the Metal Gear games that I, like, loved. Haven't gotten to 5 yet, so can't speak on it. But I've heard that it has some of the better gameplay of the franchise, so I can at least look forward to that, since I'm typically more of a gameplay guy than a story guy in games. Fuck, man! Like, even... Oh, the amount of goats in this room. The amount of goats in this room infuriates me. Literally 2s without the fixed cameras. It's more about the level design changes in 3. It's more just the way that it was all put together. And the camo system. And the food system. The camo system could have been done better, but I thought it was unique. I thought it was fun. Whoa. God damn it. Sometimes I can catch them before they hit me with it, and sometimes not. Oh wait, those can be broken with the blades? Oh, that changes things. You're telling me I didn't need to be using the gauntlet in here? Oh, I thought I was dead. Them tanking through the fucking Karen spell is so bad. Yeah, I liked 4's story. I liked the... What's it called? Sons of the Patriots a lot. I would say 4 is probably the weakest solid game. Like, I would never say it's not. But I thought the story was still pretty entertaining because it's still a Metal Gear Solid game. Like, I've got some unpopular opinions with the Metal Gear games. But I wouldn't say that any of them have a bad story. Again, haven't played 5 yet. Well, actually, the Metal Gear 1 and 2 games, like, the ideas in the story are fine, but the stories just aren't told well. Like, the writing is terrible. The structure is pretty bad. The pacing is all over the place. Like, that was Kojima figuring out how to do storytelling. Those were his early experiment games. Solid 1 was, like, the first game where he actually... It felt like he knew how to tell the story he wanted to. I thought I was gonna get frozen. Even leaving these beams and just fighting the enemies instead, it has not felt like the beams are even all that dangerous. Like, I can literally just stand in them and I'll be fine. Fuck me, man. How many more? We done yet? No. Did I just hear one spawn? Let's see. Yeah, we're not in the best position here. Oh, what? This is fucking terrible. This room fucking sucks. How many goats, man? How many will you throw at me? On top of them having some wonky hitboxes that I was not aware of before this room. This room has exacerbated that their hitboxes are a little bigger than they should be. Come on. Yeah, them being able to tank through every spell if they start that big flipping attack. This room shows issues, the likes of God of War 1. Yeah, as soon as I saw him do the side flip. Are Japanese game series better than American? No, just different. They're two very different styles, generally. In really any genre. There are very few Japanese games that try to emulate Western games. One of the few that I can think of is like Resident Evil, after the original trilogy, and Code Veronica. Very much started to emulate Western games. And even then, I would say Resident Evil is one of the better franchises out of Japan. Even with the modern entries. Even though, like, Village is not my favorite Resident Evil game by any means. Village is a really fun game with a really wacky and entertaining story. I remember when Village came out, and I was saying, like, Resident Evil Village is one of the best, like, stream a game to your friends over Discord kind of games. Where, like, one of you bought the game and is playing it, and you're just kind of all hanging out in call while watching the one guy. Village is a perfect game for that, because the story is so absurd and wacky that, like, experiencing it with your friend group is hilarious. It's so funny. Like, back when it came out, I played it, and I was saying, like, this would be a hilarious game to play with friends. And then, like, a few days after it had come out, a friend of mine bought it and did that exact thing where, like, he streamed it over Discord for our friend group. And it was hilarious, because I already knew the story going in, too, because I had already finished the game. But, God, it was so funny just having, like, our friend group react to the story all together. Because it's just so absurd throughout the entirety of it. These guys are a pain in the ass, but at least they're not as tanky as you'd expect them to be for an enemy that just does not fuck around at all. Yeah, they're not that tanky. What the fuck? I hadn't even pressed a button there. Okay, that time I pressed X. Like, Xbox X. Did you guys know that the PlayStation X button isn't supposed to be called the X button? Is this something that people know? I only know this because of emulation, actually. The official name for the X button on PlayStation, they call it cross. Like Sony calls it the cross button. Because it's all shapes, it's not letters. Sony makes it a point to not call it the X. It's cross. RE4 is wacky. They're definitely going to tone it back in the remake, and I think a lot of purists are going to hate it. I'm going to like it, because here's the thing, right? I have RE4. Like, that game has been out for 18 years now. I've played it a good handful of times. Like, maybe I've done like 4 playthroughs of RE4 in my life at this point. Because I've been playing it since I was a kid. Like, I have Resident Evil 4's horribly translated, super wacky, cheesy story. And as soon as they said that they were going to be rewriting a large portion of RE4's story for the remake, dude, people on Twitter were so upset. But I'm like, I don't mind the idea of them trying to, like, bring in the wackiness, the over-the-topness of RE4 and make it something that fits better with, like, modern Resident Evil canon. I don't think that's the worst thing. Like, I'm just interested to see, I guess, a more reined-in take on RE4, if that makes sense. Like, that's not an idea that bothers me at all. Maybe I'm crazy for that. But them trying to, like, tell RE4's basic story, but just make it more believable, I don't think that's a terrible thing. Because I'll always have the old RE4. I'll always have that to go back to. I'm completely fine getting a different take. It's also like, apparently, while it's not as extreme as we've been led to believe the rewrites in RE4 make will be, apparently the Dead Space remake has rewritten small pieces and bits of that game's story. And I'm like, I have Dead Space. If the story is changed for the worse, like in the case of like RE3, as a concrete example of a game story that was changed for the worse, the old one still exists. Like, it's worthwhile to criticize if the story in the remake isn't as good, sure. But it's not something I'm gonna be, like, throwing a fit over on Twitter. Unless they do something where, like, the story becomes atrociously bad. Like, I've seen clips of Forspoken, that new game that just came out, and the dialogue in that is awful. So unless we get something like that in RE4's remake, I won't be losing my mind on Twitter over it. It'll just be different. It'll be whatever. But I already know that regardless of what they change, people on Twitter are going to be losing their minds over the differences between the original and the remake story. Like, it genuinely doesn't matter what gets changed. Any change is going to anger people on Twitter. It's just something that I know going into that, to, like, not really pay much mind to and to just form my own opinion on. Because there's going to be so many people bitching about the story rewrites in the RE4 remake. But even, like, some of the things in RE4 that are funny aren't supposed to be funny. Like, there are moments where it was very tongue-in-cheek and knew what it was doing. But there are some moments of, like, genuine translation errors that led to an unintentionally funny scene. Which is hilarious to me. Because sometimes it's kind of hard to tell. But there was an old interview with the original scriptwriter in Japan at Capcom. Story having more depth and being more serious is a welcome change to me. Yeah, for sure. And like I said, even if it's bad, like, the old story still exists. I'm not going to be super pissed even if the new story isn't very good, you know? But anyway. There was an interview with the original scriptwriter at Capcom Japan, and one of the scenes that he mentioned that was not actually supposed to be funny is when Luis Serra calls, I can't remember his name, but the big guy, when he calls him the big cheese, that scene was not supposed to be funny. In the Japanese version of the game, there's no comedy to it. Like, they call him something else, but because direct translation would sound weird, the English translators renamed him to the Big Cheese for that scene. And the original scriptwriter was like, yeah, that scene was never supposed to be funny. That was unintentional. Which is hilarious to me, because that's one of the funniest lines in the game, in my opinion. When the big fucker stomps in, and Luis just looks at him and goes, oh, the big cheese. Like, that's fucking funny. But it was never supposed to be funny. Which is awesome to me. Because, like, Resident Evil, back in the day, had a lot of moments like that. There are some very infamous lines that I don't even have to name, but I will name regardless. Like, everyone immediately when I said that probably thought of Jill Sandwich. Like, at least 50% of people who just heard me say that before I even named the line thought of that line. It's such a notorious line. That was never supposed to be funny. That was a mix of bad translation from the English translators, the localization team, as well as the voice actor for Barry being fucking horrendous at his job. And I love Barry in RE1, like original RE1. He's hilarious. I fucking love him. I wouldn't change him for the world. But I'm not gonna act like the voice actor's doing a good job, because he's not. He's terrible. And that's what makes Barry so funny in RE1, is that his voice actor is so bad. It ends up bringing a whole new layer of comedy to the character, that his voice actor is just genuinely awful throughout the game. Like, I can recognize when it's intentionally funny and when it's not. And there's moments like your right hand comes off in RE4 that were meant to be funny. And then there's moments like the big cheese that weren't supposed to be funny, but are definitely funny. Oh, yeah. That's another unintentionally funny thing, the laser scene. I didn't even think of that one. But that is like... They tried to play that straight and be like, wow, look at Leon. He's such a cool super spy. He can dodge all these laser traps. But you watch him doing all these back handsprings and cartwheels through that room, and you just can't help but, like, smile at it at the very least, because it's hilarious that they try to play that straight. Because it does not land as far as, like, them trying to play it straight. It's unintentionally hilarious. But yeah, unfortunately, not to be the bearer of bad news here, if I had to guess, and this is a wild guess, I know, but if they're trying to rewrite RE4 to make it more realistic, less of a jarring, over-the-top, campy story, I'm gonna assume and predict that the laser dodging scene no longer exists in the remake. Wild thought, I know, but I'm just gonna go out on a wild assumption here and say that they probably took that out. Hold on. Hold Y while it... Ooh, that actually looks cool. I don't know if that would ever be a useful... Sorry, hiccup. Attack? But it looks really flashy. Oh, hold on. You could potentially... Oh, no, it doesn't launch me in the air. Well, that fucking sucks. See, I thought it would do, like, a charge forward move in the air, too, like that. And I was like, oh, that would be sweet to hit something like this, where I charge forward afterwards. I'm a little disappointed. A little bit. Whatever, though. I wasn't going to use the gauntlet all that much anyway. I'm probably never going to hit this attack on an enemy, regardless. So, whatever. Leon parrying the chainsaw with a knife? Wait, he what? I've stayed completely away from, like, gameplay and trailers of the remake, because I want to go into it fully blind. I've done it with, like, every RE game since the remake of 3. That was the first time that I went in fully blind, and I did it with Village, and I'm going to do it with the remake of 4 as well. Where, like, past the initial reveal trailer, I haven't watched anything. I've stayed away from it intentionally. But if he parries a knife, then maybe it's not going to be as grounded as I thought.
Calliope, where are you?
Kratos looked, but his daughter was nowhere to be seen. In the middle of the room sat a graceful figure, a figure he recognized all too well. Persephone, wife of Hades, and queen of the undead.
The narrator in these cutscenes is so quiet.
Choose your words carefully, Ghost of Sparta.
He did call her witch.
The goddess of the underworld. Your daughter is well. She lives among the pure souls in the Elysian fields.
Oh.
Lead me to her.
Have you forgotten, Kratos? The Olympians need you. They slumber at the hand of Morpheus.
I have faithfully served the gods, yet they do not give me what I ask. I grow weary of their demands.
The gods on Olympus failed me too, Kratos. I was betrayed by Zeus and tricked by my husband Hades. Now I am to stay in the underworld as Queen of the Dead, to serve the fallen and care for them as my own children.
Persephone! I demand to see my daughter!
As you wish. If Calliope is your true desire, I can help you. But be warned, Ghost of
Why
Sparta,
only his daughter?
the world of man will suffer because of your choice.
I care little for the world and its suffering! Where is she?
If you are to see your daughter again, you must become worthy of Elysium.
Oh, for
Cast
fuck.
your weapons at the Forsaken Tree, and let it release the evils of your past. Only then will you be free of your sins, and be granted passage through the divine gates.
Let me guess. My daughter is not in Elysium. Wild guess. I know. But I'm gonna go out on a whim. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. Why would you do that? Is it gonna take my magic now? It better not. It's gonna take the whole bar if it does. Oh, don't take my weapon upgrades. Please, don't take my blade upgrades. Don't do it. I can't live without them. Did it just take all my orbs? Oh my.
You have done well, Kratos. Walk through the portal and find
Took my
the one-
blades. It took the blades.
Calliope!
Father?
My child,
Why did you go?
I am here now, child. And I will not leave you again.
I have watched over you pathetic mortals for 1,000 years, and it is always the same. Serving yourself before the needs of others has always been your flaw. But no matter. For now you serve my purpose. It is time for all that came before to end. The Titan will fulfill his role and finish what I have started. I released Atlas.
You?
As you were pathetically
Ow.
disarming yourself, Atlas completed the task I set him out to do. With the power of the sun in his hands, it is only a matter of time before he destroys the pillar that holds the world. And Olympus with it.
But why?
Do you think it was my choice to wed a man I did not love? Live a life I did not choose? I was betrayed by the very gods that once saw me as their own, but no more. Once the pillar is destroyed, the world will revert into chaos.
And what is to become of you?
I will have my peace and be free from this miserable existence. I will perish, but it is my choice.
Father? What's happening? I'm scared.
In your selfish choice to be with your daughter, you have caused her ruin.
No.
Elysium falls too, Kratos. She will perish.
No! I will not let the gods take her from me again!
Father!
The choice was clear to him, yet impossible to make. To stay with his daughter meant the end of the world and the end of her. To stop Persephone and Atlas would mean forsaking his daughter forever. While his hatred and anger for the gods grew ever stronger, he knew there was but one thing to do.
Oh man, the story got better there, but I need to. We're over time. This is the cliffhanger I get to leave with today. The story got better there, but what the oh, okay, so I think they changed so much myth there. The pillar that holds up the world, what is that about? So, hold on. I'm assuming that what they're going on is Atlas was imprisoned with the rest of the Titans down where I saw them originally, up until this game's events. Persephone freed him because he was there, not holding up the world. And then he tried to destroy the pillar, and as punishment for that, he got sentenced to holding it up. That's probably what's gonna happen. That's a crazy change to myth. That is such a big change to actual myth. That's insane. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy, and you haven't done so already, you happen to be new around here, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub. We're going to be playing through the rest of the God of War games, as the title says. We've been playing through Elden Ring again recently, doing build stuff for that. We're going to be doing Dead Space Remake over the weekend. Well, on Friday going into the weekend when that comes out. I'm going to be playing through that. Dead Space 1 is one of my favorite games ever, so I'm very excited for this remake, and I've only heard good things from people who have gotten like early review copies and stuff. So that makes me even more excited, knowing that it's not going to be a flop the way Callisto was. So yeah, feel free to stick around for any of that. Come back another time. We'd love to have you back. Also, if you enjoyed the stream and you haven't done so, feel free to go ahead and leave a like on it. It helps out a lot with the algorithm and stuff. Helps me get the channel more discovered, even when I can't be sitting here streaming all day, every day. Really does help more than people think, so thank you if you've done so already. Thank you ahead of time if you're about to do so. If you're looking for links to anything outside of YouTube, feel free to check out the Discord. Feel free to check out the links in the description. There's stuff down there like Twitter, Discord, anything like that you might be looking for. So check that out if you're interested. Other than that, though, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see Obvious back here next time. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and goodbye.